Good morning, everybody. How's it going? So, this is a bit different of a normal stream, different than a normal stream. This is a Q&A stream. I get to test out this this setup we've set up here. But basically, what we're going to do here is for the next 2, 3, 4 hours, the last two I've done were 4 hours, I am going to just answer questions. Because I know sometimes when I'm streaming, I am focusing on the game, and so I can kind of give very distance-answered or very hurried answers, and not necessarily give the best answer to some of your questions. We opened up a Google Hangout to anyone who was willing to ask a question, or a Google Sheet. We got over 500 questions. Some of them were good, some of them not so good. And then I had my mods. They were volunteered and helped out, and they went through and picked some of the best ones. Not the easiest, but the best ones. So hopefully we should get some good questions here, and I'm going to try to power through them, and yeah, that'll be it. So, yeah. We've been live 1 minute. I see first time chat, very shit, not balanced game. Okay, cool. And by the way, I also won't be thanking subs and everything, but I do appreciate everyone who subs, so. Alright, let's get started. And as you can see, the question is on the screen. So yeah, let's get going. Cool. Alright, China players don't know too much about you, Mortdog. We're curious about your career, your pink rank in TFT, and how balancing in TFT works. Can you explain to Chinese audiences? Yeah, I'll try to do this in a really fast version. But basically, I grew up playing a lot of video games. Parents bought me an NES when I was like 4. Always wanted to be a video game designer. My kindergarten teacher said I was going to be a video game designer. So had that as a goal the whole way through life. Went to a school called Digipen for a computer programming degree. While I was there, I got an internship at Nintendo. Got pretty lucky there. And so worked at Nintendo for 11 years, mostly on the series Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which is about toy mini Marios, and it's a puzzle game. After 11 years, when they wanted me to make the 7th Mario vs. Donkey Kong game I'd worked on, I was like, no thanks, and decided to go to a different company. I actually only applied to one other company, which was Riot. Barely got in the door. Thankfully I did. I've been at Riot ever since, so for almost 6 years now. Worked on the League of Legends skins team, doing things like modes, loot orbs. I was the one who pushed to remove the level 30 cap in League of Legends. Yeah, and so then when TFT, Odyssey game mode was another one of my big accomplishments. Then TFT needed a lead designer right before it launched. I got offered the chance, took it, and have been doing it ever since. So that's kind of like the super fast version of my career. My peak rank in TFT in set 6, I pushed really hard, and I got Challenger. I think 1095 was my peak LP, just to prove I could do it. I always knew I could, but I wanted to prove I could. You can read, I wrote a cool article about I think devs shouldn't be pushing to Challenger, and I probably won't ever do it again, but there you go. And how does balancing TFT work? So balance in TFT is, I think, a lot different than what people imagine it to be. You have to start off first with a vision of what your game is, and then goals. So what I mean by that is, like, imagine, if you will, the perfect TFT game, the perfect TFT fight. What does that look like in your head? A really rough version of that in my head is something like, okay, there's 8 units on each team, they start fighting, there's a key moment like 10 to 15 seconds in, and then the fight ends right at around 20 seconds. So that's like kind of what a fight feels like. And so then balancing is trying to get it to accomplish that in the best way possible. So let's say, for example, if we have fights that are ending in 5 seconds, well, that's not good. That's not what we're trying to accomplish. If we have fights that are ending in overtime every time, that's also not what we're trying to accomplish. So how do we change the numbers to reach what we're trying to accomplish? Then, assuming everything is in that sort of range of our vision of the game, then it's about making sure as many viable outcomes are possible. And so that's kind of what balance is. Balance is essentially the perception of fairness when there are lots of different outcomes to achieve. And so our job is to try to accomplish that through changes and adjustments to the champions. So there you go. All right. Next question. Let's see if I can do this fast. Control C, Control V, Control S. Boom. Next question on the screen. Look at that. We got this. How many questions are there? I have 75 on this sheet. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of them. I'm going to try. Let's see. All right. You talked about the volley nerf, nerfing HP when the problem came from AP buff, in your opinion, just to make the community feel better. Is that something that happens often, doing wrong nerf that you know will make the community feels better than what you would have been a better nerf? So the answer to this is I wouldn't say often, but it's definitely a thing that we've done many times. Because again, I've mentioned this before, but balance is basically three things. It's perception of balance, the data, and the experiences of the designer and the intention of the designer. It's balancing those three outcomes. So there are often times where something we have is very strong, but players perceive it as weak. And so for example, in order to get them to start playing it, we have to do the world's lightest buff that we probably know we shouldn't do, but it pushes people into trying the thing they might not normally. So that's kind of what that looks like. There's often times we've done nerfs that we don't think are necessary. The other big thing here is a lot of the time the community perceives balance as buffs and nerfs, and like it's in that degree. But oftentimes a big thing that has to happen isn't a buff or a nerf, but rather an adjustment of their power distribution. For example, I think if you look at something on live right now, let's take Deja as an example. Does Deja need buffed or nerfed? Probably neither, actually. Deja is probably right at that line we're talking about, where Deja is where it's supposed to be, but the distribution of power within Deja's abilities may be incorrect. For example, maybe Deja has too much health, which is making her too tanky, but not enough damage. And so you might need to redistribute where that power is. Another example might be Deja doesn't care about Mirage enough, and so there's too much power in the champion and not enough power in the trait. And so even though, again, your goal is actually power neutral, you have to make adjustments to get that closer to the vision. So that's kind of how that works. I don't know what turn off the radio means. All right, let's keep going. So we go like this. Control A, Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. Cool. With set 7 came a minor rework to all healing items and a reduction in anti-heal from Sunfire and Morello because health pools were higher. Do you think healing is currently too strong? Do you think there is room for improvement in healing reduction items? So this one's interesting. The big thing here is that, first off, Sunfire and Morello is a different problem, right? If you have a champion in your set with 5,000 health, and Sunfire and Morello, which were already strong items, having those strong items do 2% true damage when they have 5,000 health, that's insane amounts of damage. We couldn't allow that much true damage to be on items that were already powerful. And I think this was a correct change for sure, because if you look at Sunfire, Sunfire is still an incredibly powerful item that people are very happy to build. So I'm pretty happy with where Sunfire is and happy we made that change. Now, Morello is suffering, but Morello is suffering because of a different problem, which is the entire AP tree right now is in shambles for a variety of reasons, which we can talk about later. But the question is mostly about healing. Do I think healing is in a good spot? And healing is always tricky. I think League of Legends is a good example of this, but imagine a world where healing was very, very powerful in TFT. I think the challenge with healing being that powerful is that what'll happen is combats will never end, right? Like, let's say you had an imaginary set where it's like Sona and Soraka and a bunch of healing and other things. The combats would never end. Healing creates boredom overall, but healing is a very appealing fantasy to a lot of our players. Like, getting that clutch heal and saving a unit is really good. I think Nami is a pretty good example of this, right? Where it's like, hey, this person's about to die, a splash heals them up, it feels good. But it's one of those things that can also create frustration. And this is the hard thing, right? With every good design, it creates strong emotions. Healing is one of those things that's also true. So I believe the perfect state of TFT is when healing exists, but is infrequent enough to not be the common output. Now, this does create a really weird situation in TFT world, though, where imagine, if you will, you have this really cool healing champion. Let's make a 3-cost healing champion, or hell, even Nami's a decent example of this. But let's take the damage off of Nami for a second, right? This champion's job is healing. In TFT worlds, you could heal a lot. That doesn't make you win fights. You still need a carry. And so what that does is it creates this really weird situation in TFT where early game, if you have a healing champion and perfect items for them, well, what ends up happening is nothing. Nothing happens. You can't win fights. Late game, they're really, really good, though, because you've got that primary carry, and then you've got that healer. So healing in general just isn't really a viable like strategy in TFT as a sole outcome. And so it's up to us to kind of fix that over time. But TLDR, do I think healing is in a decent spot right now? I do. I actually think healing is in a pretty decent spot right now. So, yeah. That answers that one. Ooh, here's a good one for you. I see chat wants to see this one. Control S. I gotta remember to press Control S. All right. Why is Siphon design so bad and unbalanceable? Okay, let's talk about this one. Why is Siphon's design so bad? Well, I don't know if I agree with this statement that Siphon's design is bad. Let's look at it from a higher level, okay? Siphon is this big dragon, big beefy dragon, and the idea is, if you think about like a Western dragon fantasy, like what do dragons do? They fly up, they breathe fire. Well, that was Shyvana for us. We kind of already had that. And then they can also like walk around and like tail swipe and use their claws and their big bite, right? And so like when we're talking about fantasies of what this like Western style Shyvana looking dragon could do, you know, the like big dragon walking around on the ground, crawling around and then biting things kind of was like what we were looking for. And so that was kind of the design of Siphon. It was like big dragon, crawl around, big bite. And then as far as like power output, the design intention from the designer was that Siphon's spell was very much supposed to be like Jin's fourth shot, right? Where the power of Siphon wasn't supposed to be in the auto attacks or the charge, but rather the bite. Every time that Siphon charges, here it comes, boom, it's going to kill one thing. That bite was supposed to be very strong. So that's the design intention, okay? Now, do I think that design is bad? I don't think so. Are there flaws to it? Perhaps. But that goes to the second part of the question. Why is Siphon unbalanceable? Well, so players like to use this word unbalanceable, and I don't think they actually know what it means. It feels like what they say when they're expressing frustration that something is too strong or they don't know how to deal with it. Do I think Siphon is unbalanceable? No, clearly not. The patch before this, Siphon was bad. We changed some numbers, now Siphon is good. There are clearly some numbers in between here and here that are balanced, okay? The other thing is we have to look at every condition of this design and say, hey, are we happy with what's going on here? For example, when I look at Siphon right now, what I see, going back to that first design we talked about, is that there's a little too much power in the auto attacks and the charge. So like I've seen, for example, that charge, Siphon 2 charges in and hits like 5 units for 500, 600 damage apiece. There's probably too much power in that charge. So we could lower that. The bite, though, I actually think feels pretty good, right? Like that bite, it kills a thing. But now that Siphon is pretty strong in the meta right now, there is one part of the design that I think could use some work, and that's the targeting. Right now, if Siphon charges into a bunch of units, how does it decide which unit to bite? Well, right now it's random. And that randomness can leave players feeling pretty helpless, because it's like, well, how do I beat this? How do I predict it? I couldn't position in any particular way. I just have to cross my fingers and hope Siphon doesn't bite. That's not great. In addition, there's an even worse part, which is like right away, let's say you have Assassin Siphon, and you jump to the back line, and there's a Xayah about 3 hexes away to the left, and a tank about 3 hexes away to the back. Which one's it going to charge? Well, right now that's random. And the difference between charging and biting a Xayah versus charging and biting a Deja or an Itis, that's a pretty big different outcome that, again, you're leaving to a coin flip. Feels really bad. And we've learned over 7 sets that, like, players don't like when situations are determined by pure randomness. Now, some pure randomness is okay. For example, if I'm starting combat, now who do I face? My left guy or my right guy? It's random. But in this case, I think that could use some work on Siphon, having a little more predictability and understanding behind that. And then there's the last one, and this is a controversial one, but Witty and I will never see eye to eye on this. But we still have dodge in the game, and when you have a giant skill, such as Siphon's Bite, that is where 70-80% of the power budget of a champion is, and then that power budget gets dodged because the person had a Quicksilver on their carry, and you lose 175 mana worth of your spell. That's not a feels good. So, to your question is, why is Siphon design so bad? Again, don't agree it's bad. Do agree it has some flaws. And is it unbalanceable? That's the other thing I'll touch on, by the way, with this question. Could you imagine if you're a fan of a game? Like, let's say I'm a fan of, I don't know, Smash Brothers. Let's say I'm a fan of Smash Brothers. And Sakurai is working on the game. And I'm like, hey, Kirby seems unbalanceable. And he goes, yeah, you're right. Kirby's unbalanceable. I give up. I'm just not going to balance Kirby. He's unbalanceable. Who would want their designer to do that? Is that what you want? Is that what, like, you're right, guys, it's unbalanceable, see you next set. Like, we can't really afford to consider anything unbalanceable anyway. Our job needs to be, okay, assuming infinite possibilities, what can we do to balance this? So right away, that question of it's unbalanceable, like, I can't even afford to perceive it like that. So, all right, next question. Whether augments are around to stay or not, what do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned from them in terms of broader design? Okay, augments may or may not stay forever. Can't really announce that now or talk about that now. What I can say is that we've learned a lot from augments. I think augments have probably taught us almost as much, if not more, than the rest of the game. But if I had to pick one lesson, it says, what do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned in terms of broader design? You know, and credit to Hearthstone, because I think they were the ones that really modernized the choose one of 3. But I think if you look at shadow items compared to augments, right? Shadow items, there were only 42 shadow items, and they were each kind of complex. Augments, there were like 150 to 200 augments, and they were all pretty complex. And I remember we had that meeting with some of the influencers early, and they were like, don't you think this is just going to be even worse than shadow items because there's so much more complexity to learn? And the answer was no, because it boiled it down all the way to choose one of 3, right? At any given time, you can see 3 things and go, which is the best choice? I choose this one. Shadow items, was a way worse version of that, right? Shadow items required you to know 42 things at all times, memorize them, understand the context of where they're good at. So it was really, really rough. And so the biggest lesson I'd learned is that you can afford complexity to your game if you boil it down to a simple decision. And so I think that lesson is very powerful, because you can have deep, complex games as long as the choice is very, very simple, A or B, right? I think talent trees are a pretty good implementation of this, right? It's like A or B, which talent do you want? So that's the biggest lesson. Ooh, here we go. This is a good one. When you balance the game, is it more important that the game feels balanced, or that the game is statistically balanced? Ooh, this is a good one. Okay. God, I might go with a controversial answer here and say neither? That's fascinating. Because, okay, let's think about this for a minute. If a game is statistically balanced to its extreme, there's likely very little variance. And so a purely statistical balance, but players don't perceive it that way, it doesn't matter, right? Because if players think it's imbalanced, even though all the stats say it is balanced, what good is that? What good is that? The other thing I'll comment on here, this one's really tricky, because even the one of the things about the word balance is that it's so broad, right? People don't even... When players are complaining about the state of balance in the game, they don't really even know what they're asking for. They just say it's imbalanced, right? There were 2 Corkis in the top 4. The game is imbalanced. Siphon one-shot my carry. The game is imbalanced. Is it imbalanced? I don't think that's what balance means. So, you know, but it's also important that the game feels balanced. Obviously, we want a game to feel fair. If a game doesn't feel fair, players will quit out of frustration. So you kind of need both. But yeah, where this gets tricky, I think, is around the definition of balance, right? I think set 4, 6, and 7 were the best at this, where players' immediate reaction to an exciting champion should be, that is so imbalanced, right? Soraka heals me for 3 health a turn. That is imbalanced. Siphon one-shots my carry. That is imbalanced. These imbalances are what create novel experiences. And so, really, what matters more than all of this is that the game is fun and replayable, because that's what we care about the most. So, yeah, this is an interesting question. But if I had to choose one or the other, I would probably say that it's more important that the game feels balanced, because even if the game isn't actually balanced, if it feels balanced, players are having a good time. And so I would have to choose that one over the other one. Yeah, this is a fascinating topic I could talk about for ages. Because even, like I said, the concept of balance, that's a tough one. So anyway, yeah, my answer would be, it's more important that it feels balanced. All right. Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. All right. When do you and the team decide when it's correct to make 2 units with 2 matching traits like Vlad, Nami, Silas, Siphon, etc.? Okay, this one... So one of the things designers use, especially at Riot in the Western, I didn't use this much at Nintendo, but they use the term frameworks. And what a framework is basically a set of rules that you follow. So that when you don't have to like relearn the same design lessons, okay? We do not have a framework around how often units should share, okay? Sometimes when units share, it's worked out very, very well. I think Vlad Nami sharing traits, totally fine. It helps players onboard into a trait. It helps things go well. It creates an easy building block for players to understand. It can do good things. There are also times when it's been a colossal failure. I think set 5 Aurelia with Skirmisher and Sentinel was probably one of the worst. That was just like every game you had this incredibly powerful start with incredibly powerful traits, And so, honestly, we haven't really figured out the proper framework for when it's correct and when it's not. Right now, a lot of it comes down to filling out traits, basically. Again, when you're building a trait, it comes down to, like, creating Jenga of, like, okay, well, I need a 1-cost AP user here and a 2-cost AP user here. What do I have for my available skins? What can fit in? And so a lot of the times we're kind of playing it by ear and sort of seeing what we can do and make it work. It is one of those things I would love to come up with a more scientific framework around, where it's like, here is when it's okay and here's when it's bad. My rough, off the top of my head thought here would be like, it's okay to have sharing traits when either one is a transitionary item holder, or two, when they create an onboarding that isn't OP in the early game, so you wouldn't want an early game focused trait. But even that's a little rough, right? Because like Vlad and Nami, I said as an example of good, is a very early game centric trait that you use to reroll. Is that bad? I don't know. So, but yeah, like I said, there's really no specific rule here, unfortunately. All right. Control V, Control S. What's the thing you think the team really succeeded on with this set, and what's something you regret about it? Ooh, okay. Something we really succeeded with this set. I think this is tooting my own horn a bit, so apologies, team who watches this, but I think the Treasure Dragon ended up being a pretty big success. I think the Treasure Dragon creates this feeling of agency. It leaves players with this, like, they feel skilled, where it's like, okay, I'm going to plan and get my cloak later. I think that worked out really well. I think when we take out Treasure Dragon, because the odds of us keeping Treasure Dragon are very, very low, I think that'll actually be some pretty big player pain when Treasure Dragon goes away. So I think that was a big success. Something I regret. I mean, there are two things. Well, saying I regret this one isn't really fair because I knew the time constraint, but I really wish we hadn't shipped Blue Galio. You know, like, Blue Galio in particular, I think, was the worst, where it's just like, you have this big tanky champion normally that is supposed to be perceived as a backliner. That was a big regret. I wish we had a unique model for that, but we didn't really have the time, so that's not really fair. The other thing I suppose I regret is that I wish we had gotten more intention around dragon testing and figuring out exactly where their power level's supposed to be. So far on live, the perception of dragons for the first two patches was they're incredibly underpowered, not worth it. And then now in this current patch, there are players, like bad players, but still players, that perceive it as whoever hits the dragon first in stage 2 wins. And so I wish we'd been able to get that in like just the right spot. Now, to be clear, it's certainly not that right now. And yes, I say bad players because there are plenty of comps that win without dragons. It doesn't need an early dragon. An early dragon gives you a slight advantage, no more than hitting anything early does. But it's just that dragons have this perception because they're a big hit moment. Anytime we create these big hit moments, augments, items, dragons, chosens, players perceive them to be the reason they lost, even though there are a variety of other things that happened in the game that could have been why they lost. So it's pretty interesting. That being said, I think one of the other things I regret I don't want to talk about because mid-set may fix it. So, but yeah, that's kind of my answer to that one. All right, Control C. All right. What would set 1 Mort think of set 7 design? Ooh, this is a fun one. I think set 1 Mort was a little naive. Didn't really understand the game completely. I think set 1 Mort was also a lot less confident. I remember when I joined the team, I had my opinions on how the game should be, but because I wasn't on the team from day one, I was a little afraid to push back on some of the things I felt was wrong. For example, I was actually just looking at an old interview August and I did for set 1, and it was something very clear early on, which was that all champions should have a use. The original design team for TFT purposely made certain champions good and bad. If you remember set 1 at launch, Lissandra and Mordekaiser were specifically tuned to be bad champions. Like, they wanted them to be terrible. The idea was that they were terrible because they turned on very powerful traits, right? Like, if you wanted Phantom, you had to play Mordekaiser, and Mordekaiser's bad. If you wanted Elementalist, you had to play Lissandra, and Lissandra was bad. That was their theory at the time. But I had this theory that because players have, you know, attachment to these champions, right? All the Mordekaiser fans in the world don't want to hear that their champion is terrible. In addition, it kind of removes the possibility of play, right? You're never going to itemize your Mordekaiser because he's terrible. Why would you ever put items on a Mordekaiser? And because you'll never put items on a Mordekaiser, that's one less champion that could lead to a potential carry that leads to a potential win condition. And so being able to change that, and now fast forward to the world we're in now, where we can see some really wonky stuff like Dragonmancer Sejuani carry, and every champion having AP ratios that lead to potential crazy outcomes. I think set 1 Mort would be proud of where set 7 Mort is. I also think set 1 Mort would be very mind blown at how big the game got. So, yeah. Alexa, stop. I don't know why that thing's going off. All right. What was the easiest and most difficult set to balance? So this is a weird question based on what we talked about here, right? Where it's our conversation of balance. Because again, it's even like, what is the context of balance here, right? I think every set has had its challenges, right? Set 4 took us like, what, 4 months to get chosen right? Where it was like, how long did it take us to figure out what are the chosen rules, the distribution methods, when you're allowed to see them and not. I think, but set 4 was like one of our, if not most successful sets in a long time, right? Would I call set 4 hard to balance? I guess. Likewise, set 5, we had Shadow and Radiant items. Those were challenging. Radiant blue buff, Shadow blue buff, pretty challenging. Set 6, Augments. I mean, did we ever actually get all the Augments balanced? No. We were getting there, but certainly we never got there. Set 7, Dragons, obviously a pain in the butt to balance. I think every set has had its balance challenges. If I had to pick one that I guess was the easiest, no, because even that's not true. Because I was going to say easiest was Galaxies, but even that was a bad example, right? Because like the difference between binary Galaxy Cybernetic versus non-binary Galaxy Cybernetic, or what was the other one? The retro, the one with 3 range, or only 3 rows. I forget the name of that Galaxy, but there was the Galaxy with only 3 rows, and it was like, did you play Gangplank on that Galaxy? Guess you win, because they can't dodge it now. Dwarf Planet, thank you. You know, Dwarf Planet with AP Gangplank was impossible to balance. So like every set has had its balance challenges. So I don't know that I can pick one that's been the easiest. Yeah, I guess that's kind of a cop-out answer, but the answer is they've all been difficult to balance in their own way. Now, here's where I think a lot of the Reddit haters would be like, they can't balance any set, Mort admits it. And it's like, well, yeah, because we keep taking risks. We keep making really interesting champions and mechanics. If we made a set that was easy to balance, you would all be very bored very quickly. And so I will continue to keep making hard sets to balance and keep having really tough times, because you know what? What are you going to do? So we're trying to make a fun game, and that's what matters most. All right. What is your opinion on streamers calling everything even remotely playable broken? Do you think this language is negatively affecting community opinion on the work that the devs do to balance and improve the game? Okay, there's a lot to break down here, but I like this question. This is a really fun question. Do I think streamer/gamer hyperbolic language ruins the perception of a game? I think the answer to that is yes. I think that's true of every game. not just TFT. I think every game, players, you know, this is interesting because even saying gamers is limited. I think human beings have become much more hyperbolic than they were 20 years ago. And I feel old for saying that, but I think, you know, you read something like a Nintendo Power and it was like, this game is kind of hard. You know, whereas like you fast forward to now and it's, this game is the most challenging, difficult thing ever, and anyone who can't beat it is terrible. Everything in the world has gotten, yeah, humans are the most hyperbolic we've ever been in history, someone just said in chat. Yeah, they are. And I don't know, like TFT is not the thing that's going to solve human hyperbolicness, you know? There's not much I can do. Do I wish we were less hyperbolic sometimes? Sure. It is certainly entertaining to me when like 20 champions are called broken on the same stream, and it's like, well, yeah. It's funny because using that context, it would almost be better if every champion was called broken. Like that would actually be the best case for TFT, right? Like that every champion has a time where Soju calls it broken. I want a stream where Soju calls Sejuani broken. If that happens, that means we've made a good set, I think. If all is unbalanced... So someone is comparing this to Dota, and I don't know enough about Dota to comment on Dota, but what I will say is that when Soju is saying that's broken, what he's actually saying is that was strong and elicited a reaction and made me feel excited about it. I was very strong, very happy about what Sejuani just did. You know, that thing, holy crap, Gangplank blew up their whole enemy team. Gangplank is broken. That's fun. That's what we want. We want players having strong, positive reactions. And so I think when players are calling something broken, they're saying, I had a positive, strong reaction to it. Now, I say that with an asterisk because there are some things... This is where I wish streamers had more verbiage and more terms. Because, so using Soju as the example here, he also calls Frozen Heart broken. And he's right in the sense that it's eliciting a strong reaction. But I think the difference between a Gangplank blowing up a team, wow, that's cool, versus Frozen Heart freezing a team, this is broken and frustrating, are two very different things that we need to solve differently. And again, if he'd said this was broken fun and this is broken not fun, that'd be great for me. Asking him to do that is like, there's no world where that's what he does. That just doesn't make sense. So, and yeah, then it's how the community perceives the words versus actually what he's intending, right? And so that's something I learned, and I know I'm picking on Soju a little bit here, but like I learned a long time ago that Soju doesn't actually mean the words out of his mouth. You know, that's just the way he reacts, and so it is what it is. But like I said, humans are hyperbolic right now. Reddit is a circling cesspool of hyperbolicness, and I don't think TFT is going to solve the human condition, so... Alright. Control A, Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. What is your favorite Poggle skin, and how do you feel Poggles has been received? Thank you for all the hard work from you and your team. Alright. I think Poggles has been well received. If I'm being honest, everything I'm about to say here is just my opinion. I think our little legends have been hit or miss. I think some of them are really, really good. Props to Chonk. I think Chonk was like created a mascot almost as good as Pengu. I think Poggles is pretty good. Definitely in that A tier for sure. And I think he's been received as such. Props to the team that did that Poggles tweet, by the way. If you didn't see that Poggles tweet thread, you should go back and read it. They did a Poggles tweet thread where it was like every 100 likes, Poggles will grow in size. That was a great thread. I personally laughed when I showed up in that stream thread. That was really funny. That was a good tweet thread. So I think Poggles has been well received, and I hope we can make more little legends that are as well received as Poggles. I'm a Burno fan, but the Poggles thing was great. What is your favorite design choice of an early set that when you look back on it, you go, what were we even thinking? This is meant to be lighthearted. Please choose something funny. Okay. I think early on, some of our item design, I'm like, what were we thinking? And the two I'll call out here in a funny way are repeating crossbow and what was the dodge one? Oh, no, the dodge one with the ice. I can't think of the name of it. God, what was it called? Was it just Frozen Heart? Frozen Gauntlet. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I knew chat would help me. Repeating crossbow and Frozen Gauntlet. So repeating crossbow had this really cool fantasy of 1v9 where it would jump around and move to things, and you would get a bunch of attack speed. But the reality was you were lucky if it bounced twice, and then even then you would lose the combat because you like wanting your units to die to pass the item was the weirdest, most complicated, silly thing. And then Frozen Gauntlet, which was, hey, every time you dodge, make a frozen hex on the ground. And basically it was like, it's good on Shen and no one else. And when it's good on Shen, you can make the whole board frosty. Isn't that neat? And it's just like, what were we thinking? And everything we've learned about items now, I'm like, who, why, what? It's just silly. Like, it's funny from a thematic standpoint, but from a systems mechanic standpoint, I'm just like, why? What were we thinking? So. All right. This one's quick. What is the funniest bug your team has ever encountered that never saw PBE or live? So I've answered this one before, and I always have the same answer to this one. The funniest bug for me, I will never forget the playtest, because Alex, our QA guy, was playtesting. He was filling in. It was during set 4. He had a Riven. Riven was like, we had just implemented this new Riven, and this is set 4 Riven that everyone ended up really liking. So set 4 Riven turned out really good. And it's the first playtest. It's like stage 3-3. Alex is at like 67 health. And then all of a sudden, Alex dies. And he's like, Riven just killed me. And it turns out Riven had been set up so that the damage hadn't been flagged properly to hit what it was properly supposed to. And so it was hitting allies, enemies, and little legends. And so Riven could kill enemy players, or could kill any player. And so Riven had just did her combo and did 200 damage to the little legend, killing Alex, knocking him out of the playtest. And just the reaction we all had, which is just like, you know, outskilled, bro. You should have dodged that Riven ult. So that was definitely the funniest bug we've ever seen. All right, what do you think is the best characteristic to have as a game dev? Ooh, okay. I could list a lot of these. But if this is asking for the single best characteristic, I think the answer has to be non-selfish empathy. And this is fascinating because I don't consider myself a very empathetic person. To be honest, I'm a little overly logical. But over the years, I've trained myself to understand and perceive things from other people's point of view. I'm nowhere near as empathetic as like Anna Donlin, for example, who's like the empathy master. That's the executive producer of Valorant right now. But the reason I say this is important is because a lot of the common things I see game devs screw up, and I learned this very early in my career at Nintendo, is that a lot of game devs are making games for themselves. And the thing game devs forget is that they are in the top, even being like harsh, top 90th percentile of like intellect and understandings of games. And in addition, when they're working on the game, they're literally playing the game every day. So they have like the deepest understanding of the game. So more realistically, they're in the top 99th percentile of their understanding of their game. And so what ends up happening oftentimes is like devs will make their game way too hard because they're like, well, I can beat it, and I'm not even that good at video games, except, yeah, you're playing the game every day. Of course you can beat it. Or, you mean top 1%? Yeah, whatever, however you want to phrase it. 99%, 1%, whatever. And so that's why I think a lot of indie games in particular always end up way, way, way too hard and way, way, way too inaccessible. Is because the designers / game people, whatever, think they're making the game for themselves. And the reality is, if you want to hit a wider appeal of players, you have to be able to understand things from everyone's perspective. One of the things that I learned early on at Nintendo that was really that really helped me was that we called it the 35-year-old mom test, which, looking back now, I remember when I was like, 35, that's really old, and now I'm way past that and I want to die. But the 35-year-old mom test was anytime we made a game, you know, my leader at the time was like, we don't need kids to play test this. Kids will beat anything. Kids will solve everything. Instead, we bring in 35-year-old moms, specifically ones that don't play video games much, okay? And we have them sit and play the game. And the question is, like, what are they struggling with? How do we teach them? If we can get them to play the game, we can get anyone to play the game. And it was really valuable. It was really valuable. You know, even just getting, like, for example, because we were making games for the DS at the time, and we couldn't get them to, like, tap the screen. So it was like, shit, how do we get them to even, like, tap the screen? And it was valuable. And I ended up using that very clearly when I started working on League of Legends' new tutorial. You guys remember League of Legends, how they had the tutorial for it was on the ARAM map, and it had Thornmail Ash. Remember Thornmail Ash? So I was in charge of the remake where we got rid of Thornmail Ash. I was actually I wasn't the lead designer per se, but I did obviously help design. And I remember working with Kevin on that new tutorial. And I remember telling Kevin, I'm like, Kevin, we've got to teach them to click their mouse. And Kevin's like, players aren't going to struggle clicking their mouse. They know how to use a computer. They had to double click the icon to get in the game. This is not a problem they're going to have. And I'm like, Kevin, we have to teach them how to click the mouse. I promise you this is an issue. Sure enough, we did a focus lab. And this was actually an easier focus lab because it was the kids were between 12 and 16. We were looking for 12 and 16-year-olds who played PC games but hadn't played League. And so, literally 10 out of 10 all did the exact same thing first. And I'm going to give Chad a second to guess. I know I've told the story before. What is the first thing every player did? Yep, WASD. That's correct. The first thing they did was they burned heal. Because they pressed D. Because our game is hard and not like other games. They pressed WASD every time. And then they sat there going, heal happen. What's going on? I don't get this game. And they got frustrated. Yeah, I know I've told this story. I know. So, anyway. So that's why you need empathy, is to realize what players are going to do. So, I know. I've told the story before. All right. Next question. What do you feel players struggle with the most in terms of round progression? Beginning, middle, end. How do you recommend practicing stages beyond playing the game? Okay, so this is just my personal opinion, and again, this is the empathy thing. None of us were here when you told the story. No, I know. It's fine. Okay, what do you feel players struggle with the most in terms of round progression? Okay, so this is an empathy thing, right? How do most players play TFT? How do most players play TFT? Okay, I'll tell you how most players play TFT. Most players say, this game's really hard, really confusing, and I want to learn the game. So I'm going to look up a guide. I'm going to look up a guide on how to play. Okay, this guide says I'm supposed to play Guild Xayah. Okay, so cool, Guild Xayah. So I see all these Xayah units and Guild units, and here's all the items I need to buy. Cool. And so I start playing the game, and I'm like, all right, cool. Are there any Guild units in the store? Or maybe Ragewings and Xayahs? Cool, I'll buy those. And I got to work my way towards that Guild Xayah comp that the guide tells me to play. Okay? And it's like, well, cool. What happens though is that a lot of those players don't understand that on the way to Guild Xayah, maybe what you're supposed to be playing is Taric, Leona, and Karma and Ashe to get through the early game until you get those guild units. They don't understand the early and mid to get there. They don't understand the concept of strongest board because there's no guide that tells them when you're playing Guild Xayah, be open to these 5 possibilities in the early game and then transition. They literally see it as a roadmap on how to get there, and that's fine. But so your question was, what do players struggle with the most? The answer is the early game and the mid game, because they just don't see how that all works. Transition's very hard to understand. And so a lot of the times, if you watch a silver lobby, silver lobbies are painfully bad boards early game, people dying and getting, destroyed, and then right around 4-5, 4-6, a few of them have finally put together the board the guide told them to, and they start winning. And then what happens is those same silver players go, hey, I was playing Guild Xayah because the guide told me to, and I got to level 4-5, and I rolled down and I found 0 Xayahs. This game is terrible. This game is bad and it's unbalanced. And it's like, well, did you see the 7 Corkies you passed in your shop? Just saying. And again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because, remember what I just said about empathy? You have to understand how your player is playing the game to understand how to solve these problems, right? Most of our players are not Soju and Goobums and Aniko. Most of our players, that's what they're doing. That's how they're trying to learn. And so, learning that early game and learning that that strongest board, I think, is the biggest thing a lot of players really struggle with. So, all right, Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. All right, this is a good one. What contributed your decision to do mid-set updates and keep sets to 6 months and mid-set updates to 3 months? Do you think this is a sustainable model considering the amount of resources you currently have and might have in the future? Okay, real talk. There are some upcoming things in this area that I can't talk about yet, okay? So I'm going to talk about in the past to where we are now, and then you'll just have to leave with the teaser of and future, okay? When we first started TFT, we thought, hey, we were going to add champions like every patch or two. If you remember early on, like the first batch of champions we added were the 4 Hextech champions. And then we added Pantheon, and then we added Kaisa. We were adding champions like sprinkled, and we did that in set 1 and set 2. For those who weren't around back then, we actually launched sets with 52 champions, and then would slowly sprinkle in more champions, okay? The problem was, we were noticing that anytime we added champions, nothing happened to our player numbers or player retention. It was like, okay, cool, there's new champions. That's nice. First was Twisted Fate. True, I forgot Twisted Fate. It was just like, cool, you added Hextech champions. That's nice. The players that were still around were like, okay. A lot of players were like, I have to learn a bunch of new champions. This is crazy. I don't get it. It wasn't successful, basically. It just didn't work. In addition, we were kind of struggling because making sets is hard. And we figured out that we needed about 6 months. Technically a little more than that, but bare minimum, we could do it with 6 months to make a set. So making sets more often than 6 months was just not possible. There was no way. So we needed something to bridge the gap, because one of the things that has made TFT more successful than every other auto battler is the large amounts of change and novelty. We needed something to be that novelty. And so some of our insights team worked and came up with an answer, which was mid-sets. Oh, in addition, I forgot to cover this. That was the other thing that was weird. We started with 52 champions, and then would go up to 57, and all of a sudden, the amount of 2 costs you were hitting shrunk drastically, because changing the number of champions in a set changes the amount of numbers in the pool, which then created this really bad feeling also, which is why we've since then tried to stable it. There's always 58 champions. Right now, there are 58 champions. I actually think the correct number is 60, but different story. Anyway, so now we came to the agreement we were going to do sets every 6 months. And then in addition, we needed to make sure... we needed something to bump ourselves up, because 6 months is a long time. If you had 6 months with no change, players would get bored. In addition, we still needed monetization options. And releasing little legends in the middle of a set don't really do well. You need this sort of like comeback moment where players are like, hey, there's a new thing to try out in TFT. Let's go try it. And so mid sets were our answer. So there'd be a mid set. It would change out some number of champions, change out some mechanic. It's almost like a mini set. You would come back, ranked would reset a little bit. And so that was sort of our answer because, again, we believe TFT needs novelty to expand. But yeah, that's kind of the answer. Now, the second part of the question is, do you think this is a sustainable model considering the amount of resources you have and currently might have in the future? So again, I can't talk about the future. What I will say is that if you look at 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, and 6.5, have mid sets actually been successful? And the answer is not really. Players have this expectation of a mid set that it be as big as a full set. That's what players expect. They're like, and I think we saw this with 6.5 when it first came out. When 6.5 first came out, there was a lot of negative perception from players because it's like, that's all that changed? That's not much. I was hoping for more. But the reality is we can't even start developing a mid set until the set launches. So the amount of time we have to make a mid set is like 2.5 months. It's actually the most stressful time of development. So we have the most stressful time of development making the sets that people are like meh on. Someone in chat said, I think people like the 0.5 sets more. The only one that's true is 5.5. And 5.5 was an emergency one where we basically had to fix 5 and shadow items. So I think 5.5 gets a pass. But I don't think any other mid set passed the core set. So does that mean 7.5 set development just started? Yes. Someone asked a really good question. So 7.5, we haven't even play tested yet. We have not play tested 7.5 yet, and it goes live in like 2 months, a month and a half. That's scary, right? Like, that's really scary. So mid sets are hard. So do I think mid sets are sustainable? No. Now that being said, I think we have some ideas, and so I have to leave it at that. So, all right. Need a drink. All right. What are the pros and cons of developing a live service if TFT really falls into that category? I hope TFT falls into that category. We patch like every 3 days. If that's not live service, I don't know what is. As opposed to working on an iterative series of games like Mario vs. Donkey Kong, do you have a preference? So, okay. So first, let's talk about the pros. If you talk to any game developer who worked on a game that launched, like a single-player game, you know, they work on a game for 3, 4, 5 years, and then it launched. And I don't care how good the game is. You could find a perfect 10. Find a perfect 10, find a 7, I don't care. Name a game. Talk to the developers who worked on that game and go, would you change anything? Their answer is going to be, oh God, yes. Oh God, yes. Every game developer in the history of game developers looks back at their game and goes, God, I wish I would have gotten to this. I wish I could have got this done. I wish I could have made this. I wish this was better. I wish this was bad. Even Elden Ring, yes. I know, like, everyone looks back on their games and goes, you know, how do I make this better? With live service games, we don't have that problem. Because anytime we screw up or do something that we wish could be better, we make it better. We just do. And I love that freedom. I love that freedom so much. I love the ability to go, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do something really crazy and weird here. And if it doesn't work out, fine, we'll blow it up. Versus like a normal launch game where it's like, oh God, if we launch this and it ruins the game's doomed. We're just doomed, so we can't do that cool thing. And so the ability to constantly iterate, constantly make the game better has been just, I love that part. And to be honest, I don't think I could ever go back to launching games like that. I mean, yes, I could go back for my Metroidvania I want to make someday, but other than that, it's so much more interesting as a developer. Now, that being said, what are the cons? And I have a good story here. When I worked at Nintendo, I had an engineering buddy. He was like my best friend for like 11 years. To be honest, I wish he and I were still working together. Really good guy. We would play Smash Brothers every day. Anyway, I digress. Good friend. When I left to join Riot, about a year later, he left to work on... What was that, like, EA dodgeball-ish game that just came out? It was like a live service game. Came out like a year ago. Skara played it for like one stream. Knockout City, thank you. He ended up working out on Knockout City. Knockout City was his first live service game. Now, Dean, my engineering buddy, he was a really good example of somebody that like kind of didn't have the healthiest work-life balance life. He would kind of work too hard and would burn out sometimes. Thankfully, I was there to kind of like stop him from burning out a lot of the times. But the thing for him was like you would work really hard, launch the game, and then take a long time off, right? Like he would take a month off and it'd be great. Well, Knockout City comes out and it's like, okay, time to take my long break. Oh wait, it's a live service game. There's a bunch to do. We need you to do all this stuff. We need you to fix all this. And he's like, well, when's the break? When's the break coming? And the answer was never, because it's a live service game. You don't get a break. And it just like blew his mind. This is just damage. Okay, whatever. I'm not reading it. Yeah, that's the neat part. You don't. And like it burned him out. And so he ended up actually, I think he finally may have exited the games industry, which most people in this industry don't last 20 years. So it is what it is, and it sucks, but it's hard, you know. Live service games are hard and take a special breed of insanity to keep going. You know, games are brutal enough as it is. A game that never ends, you know, there's a reason even the most successful live service games, when they launch, there's a reason a bunch of the people that worked on it go, okay, cool, I'm out. I won't name names, but there are at least 2 other live service games I can think of that had like long development times, launched, and then all their key developers were like, okay, cool, it's out, bye, and they had to like switch dev teams basically because it's really hard. It's really hard. And so, you know, yeah, that's kind of the pros and cons of live service. Hey, we're at question 19. I'm making good time here. All right, thoughts on the Mortdog phrase now that it has transcended TFT? You know, this is another one that's very pros and cons. Am I glad that my name is out there and has transcended? Like, that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's pretty cool that people say my name and curse it every day. Like, come on, that's pretty neat. Did I want my name to be associated with bad luck? When or what was it, like, was it GV8 who recently tweeted out like, yeah, there was a leak in my water and now there's a lake in my driveway. I got Mortdogged IRL. It's like, that's not what I don't want people to think of every time something bad in their life happens, they think of me. That's not quite what I want. But like, come on, it's pretty funny. I think when I finally accepted it and laughed at it and it took off to me was when Team Liquid made the mugs. When Team Liquid made the mugs and gave the Shadow Mortdogged and the Prismatic or Radiant Mortdogged, that was pretty good. So I don't know. I've accepted it and it makes me laugh. So, and no one means it with ill intention. So it's fun. All right. Ooh, this is a good one. Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. All right. Thoughts on comp enabling augments like Dragon Horde or Built Different? Are these traits you would like to add more of? I assume augments. Or do you feel having too many would be a detriment to the game overall? Okay, so these are augments like Built Diff, Double Trouble, Dragon Horde. There's at least one other one I can't think of. Triforce, kind of. Yeah. So, not only do I think we need more of these, I think these are literally the best augments in the game, from a design standpoint. I think you already play TFT a certain way, right? You build champs and traits. It's like 6 Dragonmancer, make a Dragonmancer carry, do stuff, yeah, clear mind, stuff like that. You already play TFT a certain way every game. And any augment that says, hey, why don't you play a TFT a completely different way, opens up more play possibilities and patterns. And as we've already discussed, TFT is a game that thrives on novelty and uniqueness. And so we need more of those. Now, they're also the hardest to make because if you get them wrong, Cruel Pact Kent, they can do some pretty bad harm to the game. But I think when they're good, they're really fun. So I definitely think we need more of those. Calling Kent out like that? Nah, he knows. It's in fun. For every mistake Kent has made, he's done 20 good things. So, yeah. And so having them be transformative and awesome, I think is a plus. And honestly, like, you know, those are the kind of ideas right now we're looking for in augments. I don't need more backfoots. I don't need more frickin' boring augments. What I need is more built diffs and things like that. Control A, Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. All right. There are several changes that have been done for pretty meta-specific reasons. Example, Locket in 4.5 for Aegon comps, level 8 5 cost odds in 6.0 for Kaisas, but aren't reverted at the end of the set. Thoughts on when and when not to revert those meta-specific changes? Yeah, this one's interesting. So there's a couple things to break down here. First off, we have items and systems. I think we can break it down to just items and systems. Item changes are probably the hardest ones, okay? So let's back up a step. TFT is a game that changes every set, right? And we know that. And every set, a player's like, God, I have to relearn the whole thing, okay? So we need to make sure as little changes as possible outside of the sets. So for example, we try not to change things like leveling patterns. Hey, I played last set, but I still know to try to level to 8 at 4-2. Or economy and how that works. Hey, I know that at 2-7 I should be level 5, 20 gold or higher. That would be great. We try not to change those things so that players have something to come back to and anchor to. It's like, I still know how early game works. I still know how items work. I still know that sword plus cloak is BT, even though it's Omnivamp now. And so you want to make sure that we have those things to link back to. So this is why when we have to do item changes, we take it very seriously. Because an item change, if everything went perfectly, would be the same. Items would stay the same from set to set, and they'd be this thing you don't have to relearn every set. Locket, you know, the example given here was like Locket. Locket is actually a really good example because if we look at Locket in the terms of the current set, Locket's a really bad item right now. In a set where champions have 5,000 plus health, is giving a champion an extra 400 health good? No, it's terrible. In a champion where in a set where your champs have 1,000 health, like set 4.5, giving them an extra 400 health is massive. It's really, really good. It's 15 seconds now. So doing item changes specific to the set is always something that we wish we didn't have to do, but the reality is we probably just have to, and we have to embrace it. I think the way we did that to Sunfire and Morello is a good example of this, where it's like we knew we'd had to cut those in half, so it is what it is. But I think Locket's the kind of thing where it's like, then what you try to do, like let's say we needed to buff Locket right now, okay? Let's let's make up a fake assumption and say it's time to fix Locket so it's good in this set. Well, your mind probably goes to two obvious solutions, okay? One, we just up the number. Okay? So now instead of 400 health, it's 700 health. Then, yeah, what we've just done is made Locket way too OP early. The other one is that we make it percent health based. Well, we already know what percent health does. It does really toxic things to reroll comps. And we were just talking about 5,000 health Swains. Does a 5,000 health Swain really need a 1,000 health shield? Probably not. Someone saying give it armor and MR instead? No. Bruisers. Bruisers will become gods with that. When you have high health targets, giving them high armor and MR to go through the effective health would be even worse. And so, yeah, it's a pretty rough thing here. And I mean, all of this is to say that even if we did all that with good intention, let's say we've magically done everything, right? It's now stage based, it scales properly with stage, and it somehow scales with percent health and whatever, and it's all perfect. And we did all this with good intention. Well, now what happens is there's some new sharpshooter Revel comp, whatever, and then players are like, how did you not see that coming? You know? And so that's sort of the trouble with these kind of changes, is we have to be very, very light with those. So, and then someone mentioned the level 8 5 cost odds. So rolling odds are another one where, again, set to set, we don't want it to be different. Rolling odds are a tricky one because, again, it goes back to our vision for the game. And like, let's talk about 5 costs. What is our vision of a 5 cost? Okay. Our vision for a 5 cost is the kind of thing that you rarely get. You can't force ever. You can never force a 5 cost. Ever. But sometimes they show up in your shop. Sometimes you see, oh, a Soraka. Oh, a Shyvana. Oh, an Aurelion Sol. Cool. And no matter what comp you're running, we want you to be tempted by what you see in the shop. Okay? So imagine you're level 7, you're running frickin' Siphon comp, and you see a Soraka in the shop. You should at least be tempted. That's our goal. Okay? So we have to balance around that fact. Now everyone in chat's going, Aurelion Sol Keck W. I mean, yeah, you're right. To be honest with you, you're right. Aurelion Sol is not in a good position. You see an Aurelion Sol in your shop, you are not tempted by it. That is a miss. And so again, any changes we make are to make that goal be true. And so, for example, during set 6, we were seeing people force 5 costs, which goes anti against that goal. So that's why we made the change around that. So it wasn't really about the set so much as it was about maintaining that goal. So that's kind of, again, that's kind of where we're at here. So, and then if you get a 2-star 5 cost, you're just very, very lucky. So, all right, moving on to the next question. We're an hour in. I think I can get through all of these. Let's see. TFT has increasingly complex mechanics each set. How close and far do you think the team is to the maximum complexity for things like traits and set mechanics? Oh man, this is a hard one. The reality is, I think we're really, really close to our maximum. I think we're really close. I can't imagine a set that has like 2 more mechanics on top of it. I can't. It actually just seems nightmarish. I don't think we necessarily have the best set mechanics we could have right now. I think there are things we could do with the existing set mechanics, but I think we're pretty close to our complexity depth maximum. I just don't think it's going to be I just don't think it's going to be much more complex from here. So there is a set mechanic. I mean, the treasure dragon, the dragons, things like that. But yeah. So I don't know. I think right now, though, TFT is a game that is already deep enough. TFT is a very deep and complex game. I mean, we literally just talked about it a couple minutes ago, right? That most players barely even understand how to play the early game. It's a very deep game. So our biggest challenge right now isn't figuring out how to make it deeper. Like I said, I think we're already deep enough. Our biggest challenge is figuring out how to make people get in the door. And so that's the thing I think we're going to be working on first, rather than going deeper, is how do we get more people in the door without removing that depth. So, cool. Control A, Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. All right. Now that you've developed augments, and with all the obvious good influence they had on gameplay, could you say they're here to stay, or maybe you aren't thinking of other ways to increment gameplay? Thanks for everything, Mort. We're all amazed with your dedication. Okay. So let's talk about augments a little bit. I mean, we already talked about it a little bit, but set 6, they came in. They did very, very, very good things for the game. They were imbalanced, but they were very good for the game. We looked at these and said, hey, these have potential. These could be around forever. Let's test that theory. Let's test that theory and keep them around for set 7. And so we did. That's where we're at right now. So the next step is we need to see how they landed in set 7. Were players fine with them? Did players still love them? Were players getting tired of them? Okay, cool. Because clearly we made some iterations. We've got our data people working on it, and so we'll have a clear answer. I've got my instinct on where it is. Not going to bias anyone right now. So then we have next steps. Now there's basically 3 possibilities, okay? First possibility, players love them. Players love them. Augments are here to stay. Okay, let's assume that's true for a second. Does that mean augments are perfect? Should we have more augments? Less augments? Should the rules change? More tiers? Less tiers? Like, there are so many things we could still do with augments that, like, if we decide that they're here to stay, a lot of potential growth. Option 2 is that players are like, they're fine. They're fine. And so it's like, okay, cool, but maybe they're starting to get tired of them. Maybe, you know, it's like, yeah, augments were good, but in which case we have to start planning for, like, what's ever going to replace augments. And this will be pretty challenging, because how do you replace a set mechanic that basically includes every other set mechanic you've ever done with 200 choices? I don't know. That's going to be hard. Option 3, players hate them and they're tired of them. Okay, fine. Then basically it means we're back to the drawing board, and every set we're going to need to come up with a new set mechanic, and it'll be challenging, and that's our job as designers, is come up with a new set mechanic. But yeah, the reality is I just don't know how you top augments, so we'll see. Augments, because augments can be anything, so, but it doesn't mean augments are right. We'll see though. All right. Ooh, this one's one I'm not gonna have a great answer to. Is there a way to create or have an esports tournament dedicated hub? I find the process of searching for tournaments quite difficult, convoluted, and scattered. Would love to find out more info about entry into the competitive scene and how the ecosystem works. Okay, so I'm not the esports person. It is not my job to run the esports, so I don't have a great answer for you here, okay? All I can do is what I can do as a human being, and this is where I kind of lose my mind a little bit. Because I agree with the problem statement, okay? The problem statement of, I am a TFT player, I am interested in the competitive scene, what do? That's a real problem. Seriously, that's a real problem. I agree. I hope Riot finds a way to solve that problem. I think there are some steps out there to be taken. I hope we do that. Now, this is a life recommendation. You can feel free to ignore it. But I'm the kind of person that when you see a problem in life, it's not really that useful to just go, it should be better. They should have a site that fixes things, and if they don't, that's dumb. I mean, it's true, but, like, that doesn't really accomplish much. For me, I'm like, well, I can't just make the site but myself, but what I can do is I can try to tweet everything that's going on and try to make sure players understand that it's here, and how to make sure players can see it. And so I use my Twitter as a way to try to help the situation. Is it the right solution? No, of course not. But at least it helps. And so at least I feel like I'm trying to do my part to help this problem statement. But I personally can't really do much more with this problem statement. So I think there have been some good improvements, though. I think if you look at both the NA and EU scene right now, both of their current ones, I always blank on the name of the EU one. But, God, what's it called? What's the EU? What's the EU competitive scene called? They have a really cool name for it. No, I mean, I know it's EMEA, but they have like a name. Rising Legends, thank you. Thank you, Rising Legends. Yeah. EMEA has the Rising Legends, and then NA has, you know, Wisdom doing their thing. I think they're both making good strides, and their sites are there, but because they're not Riot-based, players sometimes have trouble finding them, so... Also, LATAM, we now have the Liga Draconia. Nice. That's awesome. See? And, like, even I didn't know that, right? Like, I can't keep up with every region. That's impossible for me. So, do I wish there was a dedicated hub? Yeah. Yeah, I do. But wishing sometimes doesn't solve problems, you know? All right. Control A, Control C, Control A. I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me say that out loud. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a spicy one. I like spicy questions. My question is, do you think it's fair game for you to play TFT rank and still be able to have a say in the patches? You can simply nerf the comps you don't like to fight while buffing some champs you like because you have unlimited access to the data and simply abuse it. Okay. No. Okay. So, couple things here. First off, we have unlimited access to the data. Sure, that's true. I think if Kent were here, he would confirm, though, that if anyone in existence is not using the data, and all you have to do is look at my match history, it's me. I am not playing what's meta. I am not playing what's good, because as I've explained before, my job is to find out what's not good and why it's not good and why it's not working. So having access to the data is like, if my primary motivation was to climb LP, would I have an advantage? Sure. I could probably get a very, very light advantage. But the other thing is, when players hear Riot's data, I feel like they get this mystical image of like this like freaking, you know, sci-fi screen that shows all the different comps and it tells you how to play TFT. And it's like, oh, if you build a Bloodthirster at 4-2 on a Siphon here and roll down here, that's the best way to play. And the reality is that data doesn't exist, okay? That is not a real thing. And I've explained this before. All our data tells you, and all any public data tells you, is the way the game is currently being played, not the way the game should be played. And this is why I always pick on the NA pros especially that over-rely on data, is because all it does is tell them what is, not what can be. And so there is no magical answer. No one's got a magical key on how to play TFT. There's no mystical answer. And if you over-rely on data, you're actually going to be playing worse. I would be a very worse developer, okay? Now, all that being said, there's another part of this question this person asked, which is, do you think it's fair? And the truth is, there is some no to this, right? One of the reasons why I will never, ever, ever enter a tournament is because it wouldn't be fair, right? It just wouldn't be fair if I were in a tournament. It would create these perverse incentives where, yeah, if like, let's say my favorite comp and the comp I was most comfortable was Cannoneers, there would be a perverse incentive to possibly buff Cannoneers, try to justify it as, hey, you know, this comp's underperforming, and then make it 1% better, and I you know, sure. That is why we literally have the rule that Riot cannot compete in tournaments. So this person's not completely incorrect, but that's why, like, my job is not to climb, my job is not to win tournaments, my job is to make the game the best it can be as unbiasedly as possible. And the way I do that is taking all the data and making the best decisions. Now, the other thing I'll also say is, like, maybe I just shouldn't play ranked at all. I really don't think you want the person in charge of balance not playing the game. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? In fact, doesn't that sound like the opposite of what everyone else has been asking for years? One of the most common things is occasionally I see people on Reddit be like, does Mort even play the game? And thankfully everyone usually downvotes that into oblivion, and they're like, yeah, he does. Every weekend on public. Like, fuck off, you know? So going back to, I guess, to summarize the original question is it perfectly fair? No. Should I still be able to play ranked? Yes. And do I buff and nerf comps because I don't like them? No, that would make me a biased designer, and if I did that, I should be fired. So, yeah. Cool. Much like the dragons right now and Silco and last set, TFT unique units are amazing. Is this going to be a common thing in the future of TFT? My answer to this is I would definitely not call it common. Because if we've, like, Silco was this really cool thing where the team came together for a mid set, and we had the models because Arcane had the models, and we were like, let's make our own thing. And we had to get really clever. We attached the model to Twisted Fate. I don't know if you noticed that, but Silco was just Twisted Fate's animations. And we made it work, and it was cool. The dragons, we didn't have anything unique. So we had to improvise, and we grabbed a bunch of Shyvanas, Gallios, and Aurelian Souls. Was that the best answer? Probably not. But we did what we could. When we think it makes sense, we will do stuff like this. When it doesn't, we won't. We're not going to force it. There's no, like, framework that's now saying, all right, every set needs at least 3 unique non-league champions. Nope. Nothing like that. The next set could be all league champions. The next set could have a surprise. You'll never know. But we're definitely not building a framework around this. Because the other thing, too, is even if we did build a framework around this, like, let's say we made the call and we're like, every set will have at least 2 unique non-league champions. Well, now you're just expecting them, right? And that ruins the surprise. So we want to keep you on your toes. Some sets may have it, some sets may not. But it is nice that we have this tool in our pocket now. This is a good tool to have. And so when it makes sense, we'll probably do it again. But it might not make sense for a while. So. Looking back to when the team was first making the game, what was the worst idea y'all had that you're glad didn't end up getting implemented? Let's see. The worst idea. God, I don't have a good answer for this. Because the only one I have is the one that did get implemented and was live for the first month. As far as the worst idea that didn't get implemented, probably something in the stats system. Square grid versus hex. So, okay, credit to my predecessor. I actually thought square grid was the answer. I thought hex was going to be too confusing. I was wrong. I was dead wrong. So, if I had been lead designer from day one, we might have had squares. So, credit to my predecessor on that one. The thing I'll call out here is that I think the answer I will still say is the item distribution system. It's still my proudest change. But do y'all remember that when items were very, very random at the start of the game, like pure random? I will never forget the screenshot Nature's had, where Nature's had all 3 perfect Draven items. He had IE, Bloodthirster, Ginsu's on 2-1. And then, like, on 2-4, he hit Draven. Because he leveled to 5 with those items. Like, he just had perfect items already at 2-1. And it was, like, the easiest game of his life. Because the items were so pure random. So, that's probably the worst thing that did make it to live in set 1. So, it's not fully RNG right now. Nope, not even close. By the way, next one of these I think we'll do chat-based, because I think chat's a little sad that we haven't been answering their questions. I see a lot of questions going by, but I can't read them because I'm focused on the ones we have. So I think next time we do this, it'll have to be pure chat, not submitted. So. Okay, item components are almost useless on champions, whereas full items are game-changing and even drive what comp you play. What are your thoughts on potentially redesigning the item system to lower that gap? This is a great question, actually. So early on in the set development, early on in TFT's development, the original item creator, certainly T, actually brought up this exact problem you're discussing, which is that like they wanted you to be tempted to put an item component on someone to make a big difference, right? Like, hey, if I had just put the sword on the person, I would have won the fight. If I just put the belt on someone, I'd win the fight. And so you can go back and look, and like we had nerfed the components a few times actually. The challenges was, so imagine, let's take Infinity Edge as an example. Didn't swords used to have like 40 AD? No, I think 20 was the most it's ever been. But if you look at the power budget of an item, okay, I'm going to use abstract numbers for a second. Let's say we expect a single item to increase the damage of your champion 40%, okay? The invisible stats are the least satisfying part of that effect, okay? So imagine if I had an item that was 30 AD and 30% crit chance, okay? That already might be 40% of my power budget. So the power budget left for IE would be very small, okay? And so what we would have is these like kind of unsatisfactory effects on top of very powerful base components. That leads to some really unsatisfying things. When the invisible stats on an item are actually doing more work, a really good example of this actually is the Blitzcrank grab item, the Ornn item. Most people don't even realize the reason that item is so powerful is because it has like frickin' 600 health on the damn thing. It's those invisible stats that are very hard to appreciate. We want you to appreciate the item and its unique effect. That's the part we want to appreciate. And so that's where we try to put a lot of the power budget. In order to do that, we often have to take out from the component, and that has been the trade-off. Design is often about trade-offs, and so yeah, the side effect of this has been components aren't as important to put on, but they're still important. I've definitely won fights by slapping a belt on and, you know, winning that fight. But again, the trade-off here is so that we could put the power budget in the unique effect, so that the unique effect is always appreciable. All right, question 30. You know, if I get through these fast enough, maybe we can do chat questions. It seems like the balance of power has shifted to items and augments instead of units. Is this intentional, and can you explain the thinking behind it? Okay, I've talked about this in depth before, but let's go into it again. If you look at the importance of a victory right now, in order of like importance, my current belief is that the most important thing for your comp is the items right now. That's true. It's items, right? If you have a 2-star Siphon with good items versus a 2-star Siphon with bad items, that is a very big difference. The next important thing, I believe, is champions. Now, I know this person said augments. I just disagree. I think augments don't make as big a difference as people think they do. I think augments are the kind of thing that, again, we talked about how key central decision points make you feel like they're impactful, but they're not necessarily impactful. A 1-star Siphon with good augments is not beating a 2-star Siphon with bad augments. That's just not happened. This was a prepared Q&A. It wasn't prepared. Players asked these questions, I'm answering them, and I responded in chat proving it wasn't prepared. Anyway. So I think it's items, then champions, then augments. Now, champions and augments are close, which is good, but right now items are a giant, giant difference. So that's not great. I don't think that's good. I actually wish items was lower, okay? Now, what I mean by items are lower, I don't want a 2-star Siphon with no items beating a 1-star Siphon with 3 items. That's not intended. That's not what we want. Items should have an impact on the champion's power. But the problem right now is the difference between good items and bad items makes a massive difference, okay? A Siphon with a death cap versus a Siphon... Actually, let's use a Siphon with a death blade versus a Siphon with a Titan's resolve. Very different. very different power levels, okay? And that's not great. So the goal statement that I've been pushing towards, and will continue to push towards, is that the difference between optimal and intuitive play is too wide right now. How is a player supposed to know that Deathblade is bad on Siphon? They don't. They don't. They just don't know that. It takes a lot of understanding to grasp that. And the difference in power should not be as wide as it is. He's... Okay, sorry. Anyway, so I believe we need to get items into a healthier spot, that the difference between the intuitive and optimal play shrinks, so that something like a Deathblade Siphon would not be nearly as bad as a Titan Siphon. And so that's, I think, the big thing that we need to change. Alright. Control C, Control A, Control V, Control S. I feels like there's a lot more 3 trait units this set. What was the thought process behind this change, and do you plan to use this structure going forward? So... Sorry, chat's tilting me. There are some really bad people in chat right now. So for those of you in YouTube, sorry. Anyway, the 3 trait units, we kind of talked about this in set 5 and 6 in the questions. But basically, having more traits allows you to be more flexible, and being more flexible allows you to kind of create more interesting comps, right? And so it's like, if I have a Volibear, I could go Shimmer Scale, I could go Dragonmancer, I could go Legend, and there's a bunch of different ways to play. And so we think having that increased flexibility is good. I still think there's a world where every champion has 3 traits, and that might be a fine set. So do we plan to use this structure going forward? Somewhat. I don't necessarily think there's a world where we ship a set where they all have 3, but I think it isn't doing much harm. And I think if only 5 champions have it, that's a lot weirder than, say, half the champions have it. So, yeah. I think it's been good for the game, though. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going. Oh, this one's easy. Is it possible to get a friends leaderboard in the client like Rank Solo Duo has? Yeah, it is possible. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's the kind of thing that, honestly, since the framework's already there and exists, like, the engineering team might sneak it in someday. So, yeah, maybe. I could totally see this. I don't know. This is the kind of thing, like, if our production crew is watching, like, if there's a need for this and a desire for this, sure, we could. I don't see why not. I don't know. Again, it's not free, so it comes at the cost of other things, and we'd have to figure out where it goes on our priority list, but, like, cool. I don't see why not. In terms of balance, how often is there a disconnect between your perception of the game and what the data says? Do you often nerf buff things that you think should go the opposite way? So this is one of those things why it's good to have more than one person on a balanced team. I think the answer is, how often is there a disconnect between your perception of the game and what the data says? Not that often, but definitely sometimes. And again, it's also like what the data... Like, for example, in the last patch, data showed Nidalee as the 3rd worst champion in the game. But my perception of Nidalee is that she's actually still a monster, still doing very, very well. And a Beast Den Nidalee 3 is still like one of the most obscene 1 costs we've ever printed. You know? And so, like, it's one of those things that's a little tricky here. Do you often nerf buff things that you think should go the opposite way? I don't think we've ever done like a full opposite, right? I think an example here is like, I think X should be buffed. Data says it shouldn't, so we should probably just leave it alone. That happens a lot. I think X should be buffed, so we're going to nerf it instead. That does not happen very often, because it would take a lot for you to go completely against your understanding of the game. So I can't think of a time that's happened. I think again, there are exceptions where it's like, are there times where someone thought something was fine and then we changed it? For example, I know Kent really didn't think we needed the Deathblade nerf that I put in recently, but like, I was pretty confident we did, and so... But yeah, I can't think of any time where we've literally gone the opposite of our instincts. So... Alright, I don't know how to answer this next question. In retrospect, should TFT have been based off a checkers rather than chess? I don't... all I can picture now is you start the fight, and Tarek walks up to the enemy Volibear, or enemy Tom Kench, and then Tarek jumps over the Tom Kench, and the health bar gets chunked. And then the Tom Kench walks back and jumps over the Ezreal, and the health bar gets chunked. And everyone's jumping, and there's just like this leapfrog. I don't. That's all I got. I don't know how else to answer this question. But now I'm just picturing league champions jumping over each other to do health. Oh yeah, and then Tom Kench reaches the other side, and that's how he becomes 2-star. He got kinged. Perfect. That's all you get out of me for that question. Okay, this is an interesting one. Why is it harder to get 4th than 1st? The real skill of TFT is turning the 6th into 4ths and the 8 into 6, while getting 1st is largely a product of high rolling. Do you think there is something the team can do to make the 1 to 8 spread more representative skill? Or should the latter, and more importantly tournaments, change their structure to reward getting top 4 rather than 1st and 2nd? Oh god, I could talk about this one for hours. Okay. I mostly, not completely, agree with the statement, okay? I think having games that you turn 6th into 4ths definitely matter. I think I've shown it many, many times on stream, right? Where like some good positioning, some good Zephyr placement, some good shrouds can turn a 6th into a 4th, and that matters, and that's amazing. So I think 4ths are very high skill and should be rewarded. Someone says getting 1st is always about high rolling. I don't agree with that completely. I think sometimes it is, for sure. I think people like Soju exacerbate this by saying it is. But yeah, someone in chat just said, trust me, bro, you can easily turn a 1st into a 3rd. Exactly. It's not like there's no skill. It's not like it stops happening. Knowing how to high roll is part of the game. Yep, exactly. So it can definitely happen here. I think there's just a lot of skill expression in the game in general. There are differences, whether it be the augments, the items, the rolls, etc. There are things that are going to matter. So I don't necessarily agree with the holistic, like, it's largely a product. That being said, do you think the team can do something to make the 1 to 8 spread more representative? So do you remember when I did the Mortdog Madness tournament where as long as you top 4'd, you got points, and like there was no difference between 4th, 3rd, and 2nd? I still think tournaments like that are interesting because I do think that is the expression of skill. GV8 today said, I think you high roll every day, you just don't notice. Exactly. I think having a tournament structure where top 4ing matters, like we've had this debate before, right? Who's the better player? A player who goes 4-3-3-4-3-4, or the player who goes 1-1-8-7-1-7-1? Who's the better player? In most tournament structures, it's the 1 player, which isn't quite how I envision TFT personally. But there's one other big problem here, and that's the viewership experience. TFT is a fun game to watch, and no sport in the history of ever has been successful at being like, yeah, 3rd place, let's go. 3rd place, I'm so excited. Bronze medalists are not super thrilled that they got bronze medal when they could have got silver, they could have got gold, even though bronze medal is still a medal and it feels good. So it is a challenge to make 3rd place and 4th place feel good. So it's one of those things I want us to be better at, and I think we need to do better at getting top 4 to feel better. I'm just not confident it'll ever feel as good as a 1st, you know? And so I don't know that there's any world where we can make them equal. And then even when we did, I remember I remember when we made the change where 4th place went from like 3 LP to minimum 10 LP. And there were definitely EU Challenger players that were losing their mind. And they're like, guess I'll just go for 4th and stop playing. And it was like, well, I guess. Like, they were legitimately angry about that. So, yeah. This is the problem with Riot. They see this is a problem. Okay. Not sure what you're saying. Okay, let's keep going. If TFT can add new champions to the game, i.e. Silco, can TFT remove old champions from the game, i.e. Teemo? No? No? My answer is no. We can't. I don't know how I'm supposed to answer this. All right. If all the rioters on the TFT team were entered into a free-for-all judo match, who would emerge victorious? So the actual answer to this is going to be some unknown or quiet rioter that like sneaks in from behind. So my 2 answers to this question would either be Alice, the engineering manager, because they're like secretly a black belt or something, because Alice always knows all these crazy traits, and like all these Alice is incredibly skilled and knows all these like crazy things behind the scenes, and secretly she's probably like a black belt or something. Or it'll probably be someone new that I just don't know the full grasp of, like Sam, who's just like wild and crazy. So those are my answers. Do I actually know the answer? No, but Alice or Sam would be my 2 answers. Who goes 8th? Probably me. I feel like I'd get ganged up on instantly. People would look at me as like the initial threat and take me down real quick. So I feel like I'm out like 8th or 7th for sure. I remember in set 4 you implemented a change where you could not see the same champions when your shop refreshed, resulting in a unique shop from the previous. The change was later removed due to people exploiting the odds somehow. If you could go into detail, I was wondering if there was a way to bring back that function in a safe way for players in the future, or would it require a complete overhaul of the shop odds system? Okay. So we made this change specifically. Our goal with this change, when we made this change, was specifically to reduce the bad cases where it was like, I literally never saw an Ezreal all game, even though I rolled 50 jillion times. Oh, my music stopped. Hang on. We gotta go to this one. All right, cool. That was our goal. It didn't do that. What it did instead was it had the side effect of just making reroll 1 and 2 cost comps better. Because when you reroll 1 and 2 costs, and you can remove a bunch out of the pool and remove them from your next shop, the odds of hitting go up astronomically, and so it just made 1 and 2 cost rerolls too good. That's all that change did. And so when people are like, oh, bring it back, it's like, no, because all it did, it didn't solve the problem we were trying to solve. It just made rerolls better. That wasn't the problem we're trying to solve. The problem we were trying to solve is, again, I want you to imagine a game where you play TFT, and the very first thing you say when you jump into the game is you say, I want to find a single Ezreal, okay? A single 1-cost Ezreal. And you roll for the entire game. Mathematically, it is possible to never see an Ezreal, right? Right? I mean, everyone agrees, math-wise, it is just functionally possible you may never see an Ezreal all game. And this is the first time I'll tell you this. We have made that not true. I'm not going to tell you how. I'm not going to tell you what we did behind the scenes. But we made that mathematically impossible. Okay? We found a better solve than the shop thing. So, but that was the thing. It's like that change did not accomplish the goal we did. So instead, we did something else. So, it's happening behind the scenes. There's no secret. Like, it's not going to change anything. But all it does is it removes the absolutely garbage worst case systems. So And again, this goes back to like, imagine you coin flip, right? It's simple like math, right? If you coin flip 100 times, is it possible to hit 100 heads? Yes. Players will perceive your coin flip machine is broken if you do that, though, so you can't do that. So, how many secret adjustments have you made to the probabilities in the game? Not many. Not many. So, and again, I'm not going to go into that, but TLDR, any well-designed game is removing these cases. So, all right, back to the list. I hecking love Radiant items, but their appearance is so rare. Is there any chance of seeing 1% carousels of Radiant items like those of Fawns, or any chance of seeing one item on the Treasure Dragon since it's of equal prismatic value to other TD shops? Okay. So Radiant items are sick too. I agree. I think carousel is off limits. I think a Radiant item without agency will lead to another one of those extreme decision-making situations. For example, let's say me and Soju are in a game together, and on the carousel there's a Radiant Thieves Gloves and a Radiant Archangels. And I take the Thieves Gloves, and he takes the Archangels. He will definitely say this game was decided by the carousel, right? I think they're a bit too swingy to give in that way where you don't have agency. That being said, if you told me, and I'm making this up, this is not a thing that's going to happen, but imagine a carousel where instead there was a Radiant Tome of Traits, we'll call it Tome of Radiance, and everyone gets a Tome of Radiance to then open up and get a Radiant item. That I think is more probable, right? Because it's like, okay, in this particular game, everyone gets a Radiant item, they get some agency around it, and they get to make some skill expression around that decision. Something like that could work. I just don't think in a carousel it could ever work, because again, imagine you're in first place, stage 4 carousel, all you're left with is 2 items that you can't do. That just doesn't work. So, all that being said, do we think there's more potential to use Radiant items more often? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think Radiant items have been a success and are fun. So. Oh, here's a controversial one. I feel like this set had a great launch in terms of balance. Comp diversity is huge. A lot of things can win. Do you think this is due to the dev team growing or just an easier set to balance? Well, I appreciate the kind words, but my guess is a lot of people in chat are going to say paid actor and not true. I'm going to let chat have a minute to react and say Keck W. While I pour a new Pepsi. And then I'm going to answer this seriously. I think there have been pros and cons here. I think there are parts of it that have gotten better, and I think we have responded quicker sometimes. But I don't think this set has been particularly well balanced yet, and I'll say why. I don't think it's the reason people think, though. Where was I going? There was somewhere I was going with this. This is important first. Well, oh, that's where. Okay. One of the interesting things, by the way, is we have our player sentiment surveys, okay? In our player sentiment surveys, we have these like common problems, and balance is one of them, okay? When balance is doing well, it's actually a bad sign in our game, because it means there's something more frustrating than balance. Players will always complain about balance. Even if the game is truly balanced, players will complain about balanced. It is actually a good thing in our surveys when balance is near the bottom, because that means everything else is actually quite good. So it's one of those interesting things where every time we see players bitching about balance in our surveys, it's a good thing for the game. Now, that being said, Set 7 has actually been one of the ones that has pushed that to its lower limit. Players are frustrated with the balance, okay? And in my opinion, this stems from two things. One, I think we completely butchered and misunderstood the AP tree this set and its relation to high health champions. And every time Kent and I get in this argument, he's like, oh, there's plenty of AP champions. There's Swain, there's Deja. And I'm like, oh, you mean the AP champions that build Ginsus? Okay, interesting. I think the traditional caster is basically dead. I think even the best traditional caster in the set, who is Ao Shen 2, with Shojin, Deathcap, Jeweled Gauntlet, is like, meh, it's fine, it's okay. I don't think Ryze even fits the guise of traditional AP champion, because Ryze is more like a Kale champion in that he needs time to build up. He's not a traditional AP caster. I think the best AP caster in the game right now is Karma. Anivia misses too much, and Anivia reminds me too much of Misfortune. I think the entire AP tree is a giant screw up right now, and that's my opinion. I think that has led to a lot of frustration. I think the other frustration here is the sharpness of the carries and the sharpness of their moments has led to some frustrating moments. And what I mean by that is, what does Zaya do? Tickle, 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 8 of you are dead. Tickle, 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 5 of you are dead. What does Siphon do? Tickle, tickle, charge, you're dead. Tickle, tickle, charge, you're dead. What does Xiaoyu do? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Boom, you're dead, true damage. And that sharpness, I think, leads to a lot of frustration. In my mind, the last week, what's been racing through my mind is that we don't really have AD versus AP in a good spot right now. Witty had actually said something interesting right before we went on break, which was like, should there have ever actually been an auto attack champion? Like, shouldn't every champion just have spells, and the spells is where the power is? Is it really okay that, like, auto attack champions are doing so much power in their auto attacks? I think AD in particular is like this stat that's secretly doing way more for the game than people realize. It's why cybernetic implants is like one of the best augments in the game right now. Turns out giving your whole team 20 AD is actually really, really valuable. So that's kind of where my head's at right now. I think, like I said, there's definitely work to do. Now, where I get frustrated is me saying there's work to do. What's going to happen now is someone on Reddit's going to go, yeah, Mort admitted they failed completely and the game is garbage. And it's like, no, didn't say that. And here's the shocking truth is that set 7's doing very, very, very well. I'm not going to say it's the best set ever, but it's close. It's really close. And so players are having a ton of fun right now with the set and the mechanic. So it's one of those things that we're doing really, really well right now, but there's always going to be skeptics, and we just have to get over this. Why you care about Reddit so much? Weakness. The answer to that is human weakness, because I want all our players to be happy, and I'm naive to think I can make everyone happy, and I try to take all perspectives into account. And Reddit just happens to be where the largest quantity of negative people are. There are negative people everywhere. Reddit's just the largest cesspool of them. So, you asked. Anyway, so there you go. How would you redesign the Odyssey game mode with the knowledge you gained with TFT? This is an interesting question. I don't know that there's actually much difference. I think Odyssey was really, really good for what we had and what we could do. There was always one big mistake we made with Odyssey. One big one, but it had nothing to do with what I learned on TFT. The one big mistake we made on Odyssey was not accounting for the solo player properly. I think a lot of solo players really wanted to do a lot of the achievements and the missions, and doing those was awful. So I would figure out a way to make sure that the solo player could enjoy the game. That would be the biggest thing. But I don't know that directly pertains to TFT. Anything beyond that comes into like, what would you do with Odyssey if you had more time? Because a lot of the questions about Odyssey would have just came down to time. And what we did in 4.5 months with Odyssey, I'm still proud of to this day, and I'm not sure we could have done it much different or better. So, yeah. Hey, I feel like we just answered this one, but let's see here. How much does an equal AP-AD viability factor into set design? It feels like set 6 and 7s have distinctly better AD build paths than AP. So yeah, we just touched on this, so I won't beat this in too hard. But when we design the set, we've actually learned to do a pass where we're like, who's going to use what items, okay? And so we do try to have an equal amount of AD and AP champions. And I think if you actually went through and literally counted how many AD and AP champions there were, I think you'd actually find we're pretty close to the mark. The problem is what you intend and what ends up happening is not the same. Is Ezreal considered an AP carry? Yes, Ezreal is considered an AP carry. And I think that's part of the problem, right? And this is where I was talking about, where I think our understanding of AD and AP relative to each other and the value is incorrect. The fact that Ezreal's a really good example, right? Ezreal was literally designed to be blue buff, death cap, jeweled gauntlet. Like, that was his best build. Or blue buff, i.e. jeweled gauntlet, whatever. And the fact that, like, people could play him AD and it was almost as good, massive mistake, right? Like, massive mistake in champ design and understanding how things are going to work. And yeah, Shoshin just said it in chat. A lot of the AP carries are really attack speed carries. That's the other big problem. Swain is absolutely an AP carry. Barely functions without Ginsu's. Deja is an AP carry, although it took us a while to get Deja there. Launch Deja was not an AP carry, it was an AS carry. Volley is an AP carry, who's secretly an AS carry. That's the thing I think we really screwed up here. And so that's going to be one of, like, when I write the article in a few months of, like, what are our learnings from the set? You can guarantee it's going to be, there's a difference between AP and AS. So, Ginsu is problem? No, Ginsu is not the problem. Ginsu existing does not change what Swain wants, right? I could cut Ginsu's in half, and Swain would still want Ginsu's. So, it would just make Swain a worse champion, and Xayah a worse champion. They would still want Ginsu's. So, I miss the traditional 4-cost caster like Lux and Ahri. Yup, exactly. Cool. Yeah, people are going to complain about the ads, by the way. I have to run them once an hour. Sorry. Easy way to avoid them. How long do you think you're going to stay as head dev of TFT? You've been at Riot for around 6 years. Do you think you'll retire if TFT have dead, or do you start to have plans to move to other Riot projects or even start your own game studio? Ooh, interesting question. I think it would be a failure on my part to not at least make it to 5 years. Okay? So I think at the very minimum, I will be on TFT for another 2 years. The very minimum. I could see a world where I make it 10 years. I think 10 years as the head dev of a game would be pretty cool. And I can't think of anyone else in the industry who's been the head dev of a game for 10 years. That would be pretty cool. That being said, I don't know. I don't know how much... Like, Sakurai is a good example, but he's been like head dev of multiple Smash Brothers, not a singular game. As long as I have challenges, I think I'll be happy. And there are definitely a lot of challenges. We got a new game director on TFT, and some of the challenges he's presenting, I think I'm pretty excited about. But it's also about an opportunity, right? Like, if someone came to me, and I'm making this up, if someone came to me and was like, Mort, we really love what you're doing. We want to pay you $2 million salary to be head dev of this game. Maybe, like, I'd be kind of crazy not to for my family's sake. Or, you know, or like Nintendo said, hey, we want you to literally take over the Metroid franchise. You know, maybe. But those are also unrealistic and not going to happen. So, like I said, at least in the short term. And then, because the other thing I also think about is like, well, what's the alternative, right? Do I want to trade where I am now for something else? Not really. even if someone was like, we want you to make your own auto battler, it's like, okay, so I can go from being the lead dev and a public figure in a high profile auto battler to maybe, if I'm lucky, being the lead dev of a high profile auto battler. I'm good. I'm already where I'm at. The last thing I'll mention on this one is that someone said start your own game studio. I have zero interest in starting a game studio. The idea of running a game studio and like hiring people, no thank you. I am past that point in my career where I really enjoy that kind of stuff. I am a designer full and full. My special power is solving complex problems and designing complex systems. That's what I want to do. I want to do that every day. Our executive producer, Jeff, who I've gotten to know pretty well now and I like, he said it best when he's like, Mort, every time I talk to you and we're talking about like team structure stuff and organization stuff, you're like, you're there, but you're bored. And anytime we talk about the game and you get happy and excited, you get like, you light up and you're like, here's all the things I can do with the game and here's all the ways I can make the game better. And you just get excited and happy and glowy and talky. And it's true, like that's the stuff I love to do. So I just want to keep doing that. So I'm going to answer one chat question here because I saw a good one that passed by. Do you think there will be a set 7.25 to fix some problems you touched on, like the AP tree? I doubt we would structure it like a 7.25, but I'm also not the kind of person to let problems rest for very long. When I recognize a problem, I try to fix it as soon as we can. So what I'll tell you is I want to fix this AP problem as soon as I can. I don't know when that will be. I don't know how that will be yet. I have my thoughts. Because the kind of thing, this is another thing Reddit's really bad at, by the way. It's the kind of thing that could, and I say could, be solved with something as simple as like Deathcap, Shojin, Morello, and Jeweled Gauntlet are buffed, problem solved. Or could be solved with something as simple as, hey, all the AD champions just need to auto attack less, so we lower all the base AD of champions, but their spells staying powerful. Cool. Or it could be much more complex, right? It could be like, oh shit, we need to redesign Swain, Deja, not Deja anymore because we already did that, Swain, and one more person to be traditional AP carries, and Sona needs the stun offer kit and something else, and like that's a much more complex problem. So I don't even know the full scope of the solution yet, so it's hard to quantify when we could ship a solution to it. So, okay, gotta keep going. We're at question 44 of 75. How does the TFT team plan out what units get what traits? As in, how much focus is there on making sure players have transitional boards as they play versus crafting endgame boards to aim for? Also, what determines how to make a vertical trait? So, the answer isn't, we don't have this down to a science yet, but here's a really quick rundown of how this kind of works, okay? First thing we do is we pick a theme. I've told this story before. We pick a theme. Like, let's say I'm going to make up a theme. Actually, let's just pick Fates again. We'll use Fates as an example. We pick a theme. We're like, Fates. We grab all the skins, and we're like, these are the skins we're going to use for Fates. So we've got Spirit Blossom, and we've got the Fortune stuff, and whatever. We get all our skin themes, okay? Then, when we have that, we arrange them by their origins first. Okay, their origins matter more because these are the scenes that are skin lines, right? So Spirit Blossom, that's a vertical. Fortune, that's a vertical. Dusk, that's a vertical. And we make all the origins first because they match the skins. Origins are the ones that really try to like match what looks. Okay. Then from there we start to pick out the classes, and it's like, okay, I look at this set and I've got Ashe and Kindred and I don't know, Caitlyn and whatever, so I'm gonna call it Shooters, and that's a class, Shooters, and we're gonna keep arranging our classes from there. Then we start to like arrange them and it's like, okay, cool, now I start jengaing it around, right, where it's like I need 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, 4 costs. Does that all match up? Now when I look at this, when I look at my Spirit Blossom vertical, well, their 1, 2, and 3 costs are all tanks. That's not correct. I need to move one of them up to a tank, and I need to carry in the early game. And you start rearranging them like that. And then you look at everything you've done, and you're like, okay, now mages are 3-3-4-4-5. That's not correct. We can't play mage with 3-3-4-4-5. So we're going to need to move this one to 2 cost, which means this one has to move up to 4 cost. And that's why I keep calling it Jenga, right? Maybe there's a better term for it, but it's like you have to get everything in the right spot to get into the right spot. So that's how it all works. Finally, someone says, why is trainer capped at 3, evoker at 6, etc.? I mean, same thing, right? We have the 3 dragon trainers, so it was 3. Like, it fits. Tetris, sure. Sudoku, yeah. Maybe Tetris is a better answer. But so yeah, like if we use set 7 as the example, how many green champions did we have? Well, we had like 8. So guess what? Jade gets to be a really big vertical. So it really comes down to that, where it's like, what do we have to work with? How can we arrange it in a way that makes sense? There's nothing before that going, like, I feel like a lot of people really think we start from like some gameplay thing where it's like, all right, we're going to make a set that has 2 verticals, 4 horizontals. Like, no, we start with the skins because that's what we have. The presentation is what we have, and then we design around that. So, all right, 45. How do you as a designer combat design bias, as in preference towards one idea over another, even though some may disagree? Example, getting rid of assassins. So yeah, we've talked about bias before, but I've never really talked about tools on how to beat bias. This took a lot for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I was a younger designer, 22 to 24, I was not good at this. This was not a skill I was good at. I'm like, players are all like me, it'll be fine. Why can't they just beat these incredibly hard puzzles I've made in level 2? But over time, I was taught and learned some things that helped me combat bias. And I think the best one, and I've imparted this lesson on to even some of the higher people at League before, and I call it the assume I'm wrong situation, okay? Let's say someone in chat right now was like, Siphon needs to be an AP champion, okay? I'm making that up, but let's say someone in chat said that. Your first reaction as a human and designer is to go, no, you're wrong. Here's all the reasons why Siphon needs to be an AD champion. But what is an immediately healthy exercise and will help you have empathy towards the other person and understand their perspective is to instead immediately go, okay, let's assume you're right. Let's assume Siphon was an AP champion. What would need to be true? Okay. So I might be like, hey, this person wants me to build Siphon as an AP champion. So that means the spell is now going to be based off AP, which means he's going to be really hard bound to getting some of those crits. He autos through whispers, but I can't really build auto attack. And so you start to think that, like, what, through. And someone's in chat says proof by contradiction. No. Quite the opposite. If anything, sometimes it might open your eyes and go, shit, you're right. Siphon should be an AP champion. It'll force you to understand perspectives, and you'll understand all the different ways to consider a scenario. Oftentimes, for example, when I was working on the loot system, someone would come to me with, frankly, bad designs for what the loot system could change to. And I would be like, if this is true, here are the outcomes. If this is true, here are the outcomes. And you would help them understand all the different perspectives. And when you have a wider understanding of all the perspectives and possible outcomes, you can then make the best decision because now you are informed of all possibilities. It's something like, it's kind of like game design can be considered like a scientist thing. It's like you're really considering all the different outcomes. I'm using AP Siphon as an example. Siphon should not be AP for a variety of reasons. It was just an example. But that is how I help myself stay unbiased. It's like, rather than going, you're wrong, here's why, I go, if you were right, here's what would happen. Now that I understand that, I'm still saying you're wrong, and here's why, And then the person also knows that you listened to them, right? You didn't just brush them off. You legitimately thought through their discussion. So even with like this getting rid of assassin things, let's assume someone says get rid of assassins. In that world, now there's no backline access as the thing we're going to jump to. Except, wait, yes there is, because we have Deja, and we have Heimerdinger, and we have Siphon. So actually it might be fine, and so maybe getting rid of assassins is the play. How do you filter out trolls in that process? Well, step one would be don't work with trolls. Step one would be don't work with trolls. You start to value certain opinions over others. So that's where, like, you know, I'll call them out, but some people in lobby 2 have a history of bad claims, and other people in lobby 2, when they come to a problem, it's like, wow, you don't ask for much, so I should answer this. Like, really recently, Spicy Appies asked a question in lobby 2, and Appies, like, never asks a question, so I was like, shit, I will give this a very full, clear answer. Whereas if, like, Gunmay complains in lobby 2, I'm like, oh, is it 3 o'clock? Now 3:30? All right. You know. How do you feel about strong reroll comps in general? Will we see a return of something old, like old Candyland? Okay. This is a controversial one. But I think reroll comps are important to the health of TFT, and they should exist. I think if again, let's assume we're wrong. Let's assume reroll comps didn't exist. I don't know why 3 stars are even in the game, right? Like, if we think reroll is bad for the game, why does 3-starring a champion even exist? I don't understand. 3-star is a mechanic in the game. I think reroll is important for it to exist. I think 1-cost rerolls are in an okay spot. And that okay spot is you get them, they spike early. So this is, I hit the Nidalee 3 on 3-1, or I hit the Ezreal 3 on 3-1, 3-2. I spike early and now I'm strong. But I then need to hit the late game and strengthen it to actually power up. If you hit too late, you know, you're not strong enough. And like Nidalee carry by herself can't do it. She requires 4 shapeshifter and a good front line and good traits around it, stuff like that. So like Nidalee is not like the worst example of a reroll comp. But obviously it's a really fine line, because as soon as it's too powerful, and you just win the game outright, and it's too like Nidalee might be on the slightly too powerful side, because like once you hit, it's too easy to reach that end game state. I think the best example of a reroll comp we've ever created was set for Yasuo, where you needed the Yone to make it really, really strong. I think that was a good discussion. But here's the dirty secret. 2 costs? We have not figured out 2 costs. 2-cost reroll comps are like the hardest to balance thing, because when they're good, they have to be powerful enough to beat like 4-cost comps, but they're way easier to hit than 4-cost comps. But when they're bad, they're just unplayable. Like right now on live, I think we're in a 2-cost, mostly not existing reroll meta. But man, like the Katarina one, 2 costs are just a pain to balance when it comes to reroll right now. So yeah, it's one of those things I think we still haven't figured out the perfect metric. But yeah, so the people are mentioning like Lilia and Yone. Lilia and Yone right now are too weak. They are not good reroll comps right now. But if we were to buff them, then all of a sudden they'd be too stable, and everyone would be like, it's a reroll meta again. I just level to 6 and press the button. Because clearly there are a bunch of players that hate reroll comps, and there are a bunch of players that like reroll comps. So, but will we see the return of something like Candyland? I mean, I think reroll Ezreal is pretty close to Candyland right now with the whole, you get Leona. Actually, the other one I've heard, by the way, that's really good that people haven't figured out is you go reroll Mirage with Yone and Leona when it's the electric version. So, all right. Whew. Running out of steam a little bit. All right. How do you compare your time at Nintendo and Riot? Do the companies have different design philosophies that the general public doesn't know about? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What I will say, and this is me being honest and non-biased, is I am very glad my first company was Nintendo. I'm very glad. I think Nintendo is best in class at teaching you how to understand a game's core how to build a game from a ground up around a mechanic, what players should be excited by, how we should approach player understanding and empathy, audience, trying to aim for everybody instead of specific stuff. I think Nintendo is best in class in some of that stuff, and I'm glad I got to learn from some of the best. That being said, Nintendo is also like 12 to 15 years behind modern ideas. There was nothing more frustrating than like trying to pitch a mechanic and hearing, well, the way we did it in Ridge Racer 64 was this, and you're like, okay, that was 2000, that was like 1997. It's 2009. Things have changed. Like, come on. And it was really frustrating because you would know always, there were certain people at Nintendo that like didn't play games, and so like their concept of what a game was 10 years behind, and that was rough. And so like trying to get anything through that was interesting or innovative was like, that'll never work because players still press buttons, and it's like, they don't, but okay, cool, I guess. And so it's not that they're behind in game design. It's just like I mean, I guess they are too, but I don't know. So that was hard. You know, and the other thing is they don't take a lot of risks. So again, once you're branded as someone who makes puzzle games, Nintendo's like, cool, we know you know how to make puzzle games. Guess what you're doing for the next 10 years? Making puzzle games. And so you're like, hey, but here's this RPG. And they're like, no, you make puzzle games. So that was really, really rough. So now transfer over to Riot. How come they're so successful? Because they make good games. I just said, I just complimented them with a bunch of ways. So now we transfer over to Riot. And I come to Riot, and Riot is like, on the positive, is like, everyone has a voice, everyone can do really cool things. The fact that I was at Riot for like 5 months and I was able to remove the level 30 cap from League of Legends without like going through a bunch of oversight is mind-blowing, right? Like, everyone has this vision of normal companies, right? Where it's like you have to tell your boss, and your boss's boss, and your boss's boss's boss, and your boss's boss's boss. Like, because that's how normal companies work, and that's how Nintendo works. Riot's not like that. Riot's like, team's doing good stuff. Keep doing good stuff. And so like the amount of creative freedom you have at Riot is like mind-blowing. It's actually crazy how much you can do as long as you're willing to put in the effort. And that's been cool. But on the other hand, and this is my controversial take, just my opinion, I still think Riot's pretty bad at making games. I think when I see a lot of the like R&D games that I've seen that have been in like at a certain phase, I'm like, wait, why did you go this far in the art and before you had the core mechanic, and the core mechanic's not that great? What are you doing? And so yeah, everyone's gonna take me out of context here. What I mean by saying Riot is bad at making games is I mean the process of making games. I think Riot takes far too long. Their process is rough. I think the end result is obviously great, and once you have a good core, and this is why I think Riot's most successful games are something where it was like the core was kind of already figured out for them, and then they make it amazing, right? So this is like League of Legends. I mean, the MOBA core had already been defined. They just made it amazing. TFT, the auto battler core had already been defined. We just made it amazing. Valorant, the shooter genre had already been defined. They just made it amazing. Hell, I'll even say lore, Legends of Runeterra. The card game genre had already been defined. They just made it amazing. A little behind the times, but like, lore was a great product. And so every time I feel like they try to do something where they don't have the core as well defined, I just see them struggle. I see them struggle a lot. So, so that's kind of my opinion on the difference between those two companies. So. Now, that being said, if I had to choose which one would I stay at, or Riot, like Riot, I love what I get to do at Riot. So I disagree with amazing. They made it look more approachable to the new generation. I mean, tomato, but I don't know. I think I almost said Nintendo. No, I'm dyslexic. Leave me alone. All right. How connected is the TFT team with other teams at Riot and with Riot themselves? Do you speak with the League, Valorant, Lore, other project teams? So the answer to this one is not very connected. Usually on any game team at Riot, so let's say you have the TFT team and the League team, right? They're kind of in separate buckets. And COVID made this really bad. Pre-COVID, I think, like, for example, the TFT team designers and the League team designers might go to lunch together, and they might talk occasionally. Once COVID hit, like, I stopped seeing coworkers that weren't in the same team. It kind of sucked. It was one of the big downfalls or big drawbacks of having to work at home. Now, that being said, the upper layer, so this is like our executive producers, the executive producer of TFT talks to the executive producer of League all the time. And so at that like upper management level, they all talk, because that's like the whole point of management, right? But like, how often does Witty the designer talk to a designer on Legends of Runeterra? Like never. So that's kind of how it works. So am I actually dyslexic? No, I don't think I'm actually dyslexic, but I definitely mess up my speech and order quite a bit, and I say the wrong names a lot. So anyway, so yeah, so we're basically allowed to shape the game the way we want it, as long as we're hitting our goals. So I feel like Twitter is where Riot people connect a lot. That's true. That's true. I have talked to other Rioters more on Twitter than I ever have in person. That's true. That's true. Oh God, I saw this question on the sheet and I don't like this question. This is probably the hardest question for me to answer. How are you, Mort? I know this question seems like a joke, but in a job where you're basically the public face of TFT, you can get a lot of comments from the players, both good and bad. So just how are you? Thanks for doing the QA and everything you do for the team. You guys are awesome. How am I? I don't know. Meh is the word I'd use. Meh. I'm struggling with something that I think a lot of people struggle with in different quantities. And it's become more fascinating as I think about this. You know, the whole dopamine conversation. When you start playing video games, and like, let's say you've been introduced for video games for the first time, you love them, right? You play your first Pokemon game. Oh my God, this game's amazing. Look at all the things you can do. You play your second Pokemon game. It's fine. You play your third Pokemon game. You're like, no thanks. I've seen enough. That's kind of where I'm at with a lot of the things I used to love. I like playing video games, but like, I've been playing Rogue Legacy 2, and it's like, I can put up with it for about 2 hours at a time, and then I'm like, yeah, I get it, and the designer tuned the numbers too high, and they want me to grind, and I really don't feel like grinding. I think it's a 30s thing. Yeah, I know. I've come to accept that, like, this is part of getting older and experience. And so what ends up happening is when I have a lot of free time, I don't know how to enjoy that free time. And so because of that, I get the most satisfaction in life right now when I'm working. When I'm working, or when I'm streaming, or when I'm playing TFT, that's when I'm the most excited. But then people are like, go have a healthy work-life balance. And you're like, and do what? You know, for me, it was always about goals. You know, like figuring out how to buy the new house, how to organize everything. And it's like, all my goals are accomplished. It just, so I don't know. Like I need something to push me further, and I'm struggling to find what that is. Like I know my next goal, right? Like I want to afford a really nice house for my wife and I to live in. I keep joking we want to get a movie theater in the house so we can like watch TV and watch the movie theater. But like that goal's 4 years away, you know, minimum. So what do I do in the meantime? I don't know. I'm already like working as hard as I can. I can't work more. The streaming's doing well. I can't really push streaming any harder. So it's just like, I don't know. So I'm just kind of you know, yeah, I have kids. We spend time with the family. We've been watching a lot of movies, but man, Hollywood's also really slow to make new movies now. There's not a lot of new movies to watch. There's not a lot of TV to watch. I've watched everything. So start doing drugs? No, I've never done drugs, never will. So yeah, I'm just generally speaking, are you and your loved ones healthy? Yes, I live, and that's the other thing too, right? Then you come into the you know, your life's not bad, so you can't complain about it, right? Like, my life's great. My life's great. I love my life, and I wouldn't trade it for a dime. And so, like, that's the part that's great. So then I'm like, you can't complain that you're bored when your life's great. Quit complaining. So, anyway, you asked. But you asked how I am. That's how I am. So, the good news is, though, whenever I feel down, I bounce back real quick. So, how are you guys feeling about the Treasure Dragon round after a few weeks? Has it been well received? Are the jackpots fulfilling in their intended design goals? I am very proud of the Treasure Dragon. I think the Treasure Dragon was a slam dunk. I have seen basically no drawbacks to the Treasure Dragon, with the exception of the one which we knew, which was anytime we give agency in items, it becomes easier to force best in slot items, and so you reduce the frequency slightly, for sure. But what's nice is the Treasure Dragon often even tempts you away from those best in slot items. So I think it's just been a freaking slam dunk. Agreed, except the Treasure Dragon round takes so long. We're taking 20 seconds off next patch, so not worried about that. I think for a set mechanic, I think it did a great job. I will say it's very unlikely it sticks around, so we'll have to deal with the side effects of removing it. But we also have some ideas for how to improve it as well, so I don't know. I think it's been a success. So, and it fit the intended design goals, which was feel like it gave you stuff for free without inflating the general economy. So, cool. We're in the 50s, home stretch. Hey Mort, how would you... Why is there a random space there? What the... Oh, I get it. Hey Mort, how would you rank all the econ traits in terms of balance and fun that TFT has had across the 7 sets? Pirates, Fortune, Draconic, Mercenary, Yordle, Shimmer Scale, Astral. In terms of balance and fun. Okay, let's do fun first, because fun's easier. I think Fortune and Mercenary are basically the same trait. I think they are equally as fun. I think Fortune gets the leg up for being the first one. I think anyone who says Mercenary probably didn't play Fortune, and that's fine, because whichever one was your first is probably the one you perceive to be more fun. But I think Fortune and Mercenary are definitely the number one. Controversial take, I think next is Shimmer Scale. I think Shimmer Scale has been a very healthy version of how do I give you gold but make you try to keep gold. I think Shimmer Scale has been fun. After that, I think Space Pirates was fun. Then probably after that, Pirates, Yordles, and Draconic are all kind of like the bottom tier. Like, Yordles was fun from a casual perspective, so probably Yordles beats the other two. I feel like Draconic was a huge miss. Pirates is just boring. Base Pirates is just boring. Not Space Pirates. Base Pirates is just boring. And then Astral. Is Astral really an economy trait? I don't think so. So that's in terms of fun. In terms of balance, which again, very different thing. This is in terms of fairness. What was the most balanced? They're all pretty imbalanced per se. I guess the most balanced would be Pirates, because it's just plus gold around. Then the next balanced would be probably Yordles, even though it was so OP early. It's kind of like Pirate. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the balance is almost the inverse of the fun, right? Where it's like, I can predictably give you 2 gold around. It's balanced. It's not fun. I think Fortune was pretty balanced. Fortune was more balanced than Mercenary. But that's also because people just learned how to play it, so. The least balanced Mercs for sure? No, I think Draconic was actually less balanced. Because Draconic, the difference between getting a 5-turn egg and a 1-turn egg was just like pure luck. As much as I compliment Spencer for the play, the fact that he got that 5-turn egg for the 1 turn was just like, cool, I guess. You didn't really earn it, but cool, you did it. You know, so I think Draconic was both the least fun and least balanced. But other than that, I think Shimmer Scale could get to balanced. It's not there yet, but at least Fortune units weren't as OP as Merc units. Yeah, Merc having Gangplank in it was probably a mistake. hey, let's have the economy trait also have a unit that generates economy. That was probably a mistake, but yeah. All right. Hey Mort, a design thing about this set I was curious as an amateur designer. Did you feel like having Dragonmancer and Legend, which are both mechanics that revolve around sacrificing the strength of the most of your army for one unit, is too much overlap? Yeah, I think it was. I think... So, true story, Legend was actually the trait we made last. You can kind of see it if you look at it. It was kind of tacked on. If you look at all the Legend units, you'll notice they're all 3 traits. And they all don't need to have Legend, right? We could literally take Legend off of them and the set would work just fine. But we had this cool idea for a set that was like the dragons that aren't dragons, and it's those legendary units and they become dragons and gain like extra power. We thought that was a cool idea, so we added it in. It might have been one of those cases where it was like the set might have been healthier without. But yeah, it's the 3 siblings too. That was the idea. So I don't know. I do think there is 2 overlap, and maybe the set would have been better without Legend. I also don't think it was good that there is a Dragonmancer Legend built in. I think Volibear has probably been one of the hardest to balance champions because he's so dependent on both of those traits. Specifically it being a 6 Dragonmancer 3 Legend, where you then have these useless Dragonmancers. They're supposed to be weighing down your comp, except you then put them into the Volibear also. I think that just hasn't been great. So in retrospect, would I have just not shipped Legend knowing what I know now? Probably. I think Legend was probably just like extra for the sake of extra rather than good. So. All right, let's see here. 53. Love the work you do, and TFT has been a great joy to get into since set 6. Mark Rosewater talks about how they mainly design the games to have specific decks for 3 types of players. Yeah, you list them all out, but this is the Spike, Timmy, Johnny analogy. The win-at-all-cost player, the wants to do cool stuff player, and the player who wants to do something intricate and unique even if it rarely works. Do you design TFT traits and comps to cater to different spikes? Yes, absolutely. If you look at our traits, we have our pretty simple stuff and our pretty simple ways to play that we expect, right? This is the grab the 4-cost carry that's intended to be the carry, build around them, and win. That's our like basic comp. Then we have the like win in weird ways. That's the 9 shimmer scale, right? 9 shimmer scale is like a very interesting, weird version. And then we have the do something unique and intricate, right? And this is the can you win with Dragonmancer Gnar or Dragonmancer Nunu. Like this is the really weird stuff no one would expect to be a carry, but yet you can still win with it. And so we definitely try to appeal to all types and make sure that they're all within the set. So the short answer is yes, we definitely appeal to all of them. And that's sort of the goal. On 7 shimmer scale, what do you carry? You can carry Swain, you can carry Xayah. Xayah is probably the easiest. So, hey, sweet. All right, we are on 54. Hey, Mort, can you tell us a bit about the data science efforts for TFT? Things like simulation systems and tracking stats. Are there any areas you would like to see improved in the coming years? Do you think it would be feasible to develop AI agents to play TFT? Would this be a positive, negative for the game? Thanks. So, I don't have a ton of insight here. I really don't. But what I can tell you is we toyed with this for a little bit. We tried to get an AI to play TFT. This was during set 3. And it did not go well. The game is very complex, and so a lot of the times what it ended up doing, the AI, I remember at the time, like all it did was it built Darkstar Lux over and over. Like we couldn't get the AI to do much more than that. After like thousands and thousands of iterations, it figured out that the best way it could do was play Darkstar Lux, and it would still get like 6th. It was really not going well. So there really isn't a ton going on, and that's why like a lot of people look at data scientists as like the way to play TFT, and it's too complex of a game, I think. Now, I know what you're thinking is like, well, if they can get an AI to play Dota and StarCraft, why can't they get an AI to play TFT? And I don't know enough about the space to tell you why, to be honest. It'd be really interesting. Like, if someone could make an AI to do it, maybe. But I think the thing with, like, StarCraft and even Dota is, like, there are optimal ways to play that game, assuming perfectness, right? Whereas, like, in TFT, what is optimal changes a lot based on the conditions of what you've been given. And I think that's where the AI might struggle more. So, I don't know. It'd be cool to learn about, but I have little faith that it is worth the investment. So, and yeah, RNG screws up calculations pretty heavily. Exactly. Have you considered implementing changes that only affect the ranked mode? For example, a change like no dragon in level 5 shops, or changing prismatic options to make them more balanced. See, again, here's that word balance when they don't know what it means. I think some of those crazy high rolls are really fun in normals, but in ranked, it feels like there's a lot of RNG right now that can result in wide swings of the game state. So, have I considered it? Sure. I've at least thought about the option. Because again, going back to what we talked about earlier, let's assume the player's right, that we need to tone in the randomness in ranked so that it is less random. Let's assume they're right. What happens is, we know for a fact that TFT is at its best when the game is widely variant. When you can play 500 games and have different experiences and it's not repetitive. That is when TFT is at its best. Removing a lot of the high rolls and variance within the game is the exact opposite of that. We also know that most of our players play ranked. Like, a large majority of our players are playing ranked. So, do we want a large majority of our players playing a game mode that is less variant and more repetitive? No, absolutely not. We just do not want that to be the case. The other thing, and we already talked about this before, but I'll mention it again, is that right now, if you boiled down TFT to its simplest thing, okay, TFT is a game where you roll a dice 300 times, and then every turn you position your numbers in a way to give you the best odds, right? And so if you roll 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 for your first 5 dice, and somebody else rolls 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 for their first 5 dice, they are going to be an advantage in you. That's true. And again, I'm oversimplifying for the sake of an illustrative point. But realistically, when you roll 300 dice, there are many, many outcomes within those dice that probably gets you about the same range, and you are probably on about balanced terms. The problem is, imagine 5 of these dice are giant and fluffy. Even though they're exactly the same as all the other dice, players will perceive those giant fluffy dice to matter more. That's augments, right? That's dragons. People perceive smaller outcomes. People are like, oh my god, they got a Siphon at 2-6. They win the game. The game is RNG variance. Well, yeah, that same player also dropped 2 tiers in a rod. Did they really win the game? No. But you just perceive it that way because you're focused on the one clear, visible randomness element as opposed to the less clear random visible elements. And so that's the thing that really we're struggling with perception right now. But yeah, I've seen plenty of Siphons at 2-6, not top 4. So this seems pretty similar to all the Astral Emblem posts I've been seeing. Yeah. Astral Emblem is the same kind of thing where, yeah, when it wins in dominating fashion with a 3-star 5 cost at level 7. For every win it does that, there are 10 losses where the player crashed and burned and couldn't make it work. But nobody wants to talk about those. So, all right, chat, we've got 14 more questions to get through, and then we can use the rest of the time for chat questions. Have you considered hiring high elo players to do part-time playtesting for patches? Yes. Yes. To be honest with you, I really want to do this. There are a bunch of reasons why we can't do this. But sorry, I'm trying to walk the line on what I can say here. Let's assume infinite time and possibilities. What I would love to do is grab a group of challenger players, and have them work on a set as playtesters for an entire set, and then swap to a different playtest team every set. That would be my like ideal state, because I think, again, we've said this before, but players are very good at problem identification, and oftentimes in early development, being aware of some of those problems would be valuable to us, and I think that'd be great. The challenge in this particular space that we've seen through other games is that nobody wants to be a playtester their whole life, and so oftentimes people look at it as like a career into design, which isn't necessarily the case, and the skills needed to be good at that playtest are not the same at design, and so it gets to be really tricky, and there's a bunch of reasons that it's harder to do that. But the TLDR of it is, yes, I think the TFT team could use a dedicated playtest team. It would be nice. Hard to put to numbers, but how is a champion's power budget split between traits, stats, skill, and cost? So this is another one that we haven't gotten a great framework on. The way it works is we actually have a framework around base stats. So let's say you start with a 1-cost champion, okay? The first thing you do is you pick their range, okay? You have a 1-cost champion. Chat, say a number between 1 and 4. What's the range? I'm gonna wait for the first person to chat. 2. All right, we made a 2-range champion that's a 1-cost. Great. So this 2-range champion that's a 1-cost, because it's 2-range, we now know it has 600 HP, 30 armor and MR. We start off with a 0.6 attack speed and 40 AD. Okay, so we did it. We've got our base champion and our skeleton. Next up, we then try to figure out, okay, what is its intended purpose? Is this an AD champion? Is this an AP champion? If it's an AP champion, we're going to put more of that spell budget or that power budget into the spell. If it's an AD champion, we're going to put it into the attack speed, the AD. Are they a tank? If so, we give them a boost of health and armor to be even higher. And so then you do that. Then you look at their trait. Let's use tanks as an example. Should I give this tank extra HP or armor and MR? Well, let's say this tank is a brawler. Well, that means they probably already are going to have high HP from their trait, so we should probably give them armor and MR instead. Opposite, if they were a vanguard, I would give them higher HP and let the trait handle the armor and MR. And that's like a very high level version of it, so that you generally try to get them into like the same sort of general bucket. But obviously then there are things that change this, right? So how about Leona, which has a trait that changes every game? I mean, we focus on what that trait is generally. Most of the traits, like with Mirage, we basically, every Mirage variant, we go, here's the trait that's going to be, here's the trait and the champion that's going to be most excited with it. For example, Leona likes the electric version. Yone likes the duelist version. Deja likes the spellblade version. And then try to make sure that they highlight that trait. So, and that's an oversimplistic version of it, because as with every framework, it's just a guide. If somebody then wanted to make, if like, let's say one of my champ designers came to me and said, okay, I hear your framework, but I want to make a 4-range champion that only has 300 health, but double the AD. Can I make that? We'd let them try. Or, but obviously there are limits to that. I'll quote the old Medios meme. If we're going to make a champion that says, at the start of combat, either kill all your allies or kill all your enemies, 50-50 balanced, is that balanced? Sure. Is that good design? No. And then I rub my nipples and scream, you know. But yeah, so obviously there's limits, but... Okay, do you think more game devs should be more transparent in what criteria they use to balance their game? Your explanations of why the team did something and how they went best at fixing the problem seems to be the best of the communities I've been a part of. Okay. Yes and no. In an idealistic world, with idealistic players, do I think more game devs should be more transparent with balance? Yes, absolutely. let's say I'm gonna make this up, but let's say I really loved Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Do I want to read the devs' thoughts on why they've removed certain champions and added certain champions and changed the player costs of certain cards? Hell yeah, I do. I want to read that to death. I would love to read that stuff. And so I really want devs to do that more. Here's the problem. There is a small vocal subset of players out there that no matter what you say, will argue against it, tell you you're wrong, and use bad arguments to tell you here's all the reasons you shouldn't have done that. And then they'll also use the fact that they claimed everything was going to be both broken and underpowered beforehand, point to the one post that says they were right, and go, look, I was right. I was right. See, I was right. You guys really don't know what you're doing. And no matter what you do, they will tell you why you were wrong, why it was bad. And not everyone is built to take that or should have to take that. And so unfortunately, those people ruin it for the rest of us. And so when most devs choose to just be like, here's your changes, get over it, I get it. I get it really hard. I get it really hard. Witty has a really good way of phrasing it with, if you looked at the collective internet, they basically get to bet on every color, every space on the roulette wheel collectively, because someone somewhere in a Reddit thread somewhere said this was going to be either underpowered or overpowered. And then at the end, when something doesn't quite work out right, someone can point to that one post and go, see, we were right. Players know better than devs. It's like, well, yeah, you got to bet on every outcome. Cool. So, do I think more devs should be more transparent? Ideal world, yes. Realistically, no, because unfortunately, players will treat them like shit. And it's not fun. It's really not fun. So... and it sucks because, like, I love having conversation with players that are really engaged. Like, God, I could talk about TFT for hours. And, like, what some of my favorite moments, like, I wish I had more time, but, like, me, Froden, and Bryce just sitting there talking about TFT, super fun. Super fun. Because they don't bad act or attack things, you know? So. You are already 2.5 hours into talking about one aspect of TFT. True. 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 Do you think it's possible to achieve a perfectly balanced set? I feel like the community will always work around it to find some insane builds. Okay, so the answer to this is yes, but. Because again, it depends on what your definition of balanced is, right? And that's the thing that I think nobody has really talked about or figured out much, is that when we say balanced, what do we mean, right? To use a League of Legends champion, I'm showing my age here, but let's go back a few seasons with Master Yi. Master Yi sitting at like a 54% win rate in Silver, but a 44% win rate in Master Challenger, and never used in Pro Play. Is that balanced? Is that balanced? What about a champion that is sitting at a 42% win rate in low elo, like say Rise, but like 80% pick ban in Pro Play? Is that balanced? No. A lot of the times when people say balanced, what they're actually arguing is like, take out anything that makes the thing unique and special and make it more balanced. And what's really bad is ever since stat sites have come out, people get real nitpicky. I saw someone complaining the other day because somebody had a 4.38 win percentage, and they're like, see, he's OP. I think it was Siphon. It was like Siphon 4.38. It's OP. I'm like, you are actually arguing about a 4.38? Like, what the hell? So, I don't know. I think collectively, the player base will never perceive collectively, players will never perceive anything as balanced because everyone's definition of balanced is different. Now, that aside, let's take players' perspective out of this for a second, and let's talk devs. Do I think we could get a balanced TFT set for what we want? Yes. And I think we've been really close 2 or 3 times now. Probably the closest one I can remember is the end of 5, or no, not 5.5, the end of 4.5, I think it was. Where, again, because our goal with TFT is that at any point, you can jump into a game, and if you play correctly, have multiple outcomes to win, and lots of different ways to play the game. And I think we've gotten close to that a few times near the end of sets. It takes us a while. It takes us a while to get there. But when we get there, we get pretty damn close. If we ever got to that point where I think we achieved it, I'd stop patching. I really would. I'd be like, cool, this is as good as it's going to get. Enjoy it. See you in 2 months for the next set. But I think even in that world, there'd still be people that like, Gangplank blew up my whole team, this isn't balanced. Aurelian Soul blew up my backline, this isn't balanced. You know, and like, yeah, that's what those champions do. They point to the thing the champion does and says, not balanced. And it's like, I don't know how to help you. So, and that's why I don't think we'll ever be perceived as balanced. Do you have any heuristics for planning around dragons? The +3 to a trait seems great, but taking up 2 champion spots is tricky, and I don't know how to play them. I find it hard to decide when to build towards a dedicated dragon comp, when to splash a dragon, and when it's bait. I try to build strong early comps and never feel confident dropping traits to add a dragon. So the simple casual answer to this is you should play a dragon when they fit your needs, which right now is you should play Itis when you have a need of a frontline, or you should play Siphon, Shioyu, or Deja when you're playing those comps. I don't think they work well as splash units right now. I don't think you really splash in a Siphon, although Siphon's probably the closest because A, he's so powerful, and B, 4 Whisper, 4 Bruiser is not that hard to achieve, or even 2 Bruiser. So it's really, you have to kind of like play around them. You know, it's interesting. I almost wonder if... See, again, if we're talking about balance, it probably would have been better for dragons to not be able to use items because it'd be easier to balance, but they'd also just be less fun. So, ugh. But yeah, you kind of have to have a plan in mind. I think that's one of the biggest failings of like Shioyu is that, you know, you really don't play Shioyu outside of 6 Jade. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things I think we'll learn a little bit more about as time goes on too, and they get a little bit more balanced. But all right, 61. We're almost there. I don't think I've skipped any. Sure hope I haven't skipped any. If I skipped any, oops. All right. Do you ever think about adding item remover, champ duplicator, reforger, etc. to carousel rounds, or make utility items only carousels? Okay, so item remover and reforger we treat as non-existent freebies. They have 0 value. So putting them on a carousel would basically mean you're punished and you'd never take them. So they can't work. That leaves duplicator and tome of traits, which right now are so wildly more powerful than items. There's just no comparison. The other thing is the dirty secret here is our tech currently literally doesn't allow it, right? Like I can't put a Nico on a carousel. It's not an item. Or a duplicator. It's not an item. I can't put a tome there. It's not an item. So I literally can't. Then why do I get a Reforger Stage 1? If you're getting a Reforger Stage 1, it was literally free. The drop options were 5 gold or 5 gold and a Reforger. The Reforger was literally free. We value it as free. A lot of players are confused by that. But yeah, so I don't think we will ever do what you're describing. I do think there's still room to add more carousel variants. But the last time we tried carousel variants was set 3, and players hated it. And anyone who has been around since set 3 can remember, full item carousels might have been one of the least popular things we've ever done. So carousel variants was really, really tough. So yeah, I think full item carousels were the worst. Yeah. All right. Okay. Did TFT choose to not participate in the Star Guardian event due to clash with the set's current theme? In what way do the set themes limit you guys when it comes to events cosmetics? So speaking particularly of the Star Guardian event, yeah, it clashed pretty hard. The timing just wasn't right for us. And historically, from what we've seen, when we merge with League of Legends events in the past, unless we have something really big up our sleeves, we kind of just get left behind and no one really notices. When we do our own thing, we seem to have much better success. The one exception to this, I'll say, it would be Arcane. But Arcane, our thing was set 6 and augments. So like we came out swinging big, so it made sense and worked. But like when we did Rise of the Elements to match with the Elemental Drakes for League, big failure for a bunch of reasons. Spirit Blossom, we just kind of were like less than Spirit Blossom. So I think unless it really makes sense for us, we're only going to do our own thing from now on when it makes sense. So, and in this case, it didn't make sense for us. And so, yeah, I think having a bunch of Star Guardians run around in Dragonlands would have felt really weird. So. Currently, chance to get an 8 cost on shop is the same as a 4 cost. This means hitting 1 early changes the lobby tempo. Any chance on splitting percents for this cost or any reason not to? Again, I still think people are perceiving the dragons to be a bit more impactful than they are. That being said, we have balance levers here. If we believe 1 star is too strong, we can nerf, the trait, we can nerf the base champion. So we have levers here. I still, again, it's that balance versus fun perception, right? Like, let's assume you're right. We're going to split the percents, okay? So now it's 2% at level 5 for a 4 cost and 1% for a dragon. Does that change the problem? No. Players will still complain. It'll happen less often, but players will still complain that somebody hit a dragon at 5, which means our only option is to separate them and make them at 6, which means now we're talking about should dragons only drop at level 6 or higher, at which point I go, is the fun of randomly hitting an early dragon and playing around it really that bad for the game? And the answer to me is no. No, it's not, right? Like, somebody seeing a 2-3 dragon is fun. It really is. And no, they don't always win. Do they have an advantage in that moment? Of course. No different than if they got an early Xayah or, the early level 7 Bard. So, and again, when players argue against this, I want you to envision the game they're describing, okay? Because the game they're describing is, okay, it's level 5, everyone gets their 2 and 3 costs, and that's it, nothing else. All right, it's level 6, everyone gets their 4 costs, but no dragons. That's it. Everything. Was there any consideration to limiting dragon item slots to 2? The only challenge with that would be the clarity of it, but otherwise that could work. It's just why dragons 2 and not 3, but yeah, that could have worked. We could have put like a fake dragon item to cover the 3rd slot. That could work if we needed to. But yeah, and so like players describe this game where like what happens is at every level everyone has the same quality of army, and that way it's fair. But then what ends up happening is all your choices boil down to who copy pasted the meta comp the best. It's why when a lot of players are like, I said I was going Xayah and I rolled down and I didn't hit, and it's like, well, yeah, you passed the 5 core keys. You have to be adaptable to what you hit and what you play around. And so yeah, the game people are describing might be more fair, but it is not fun. And so I'm pretty confident in the decision that we will be keeping dragons as a rare drop at level 5. It'll happen. Probably one of the coolest ones I saw recently, I thought was hilarious. Somebody had an Itis 2 at 3-1 because they hit an Itis at like 2-6, and then they had 2 duplicators. So they had Itis 2 at 3-2. Then they hit Recombobulator, and they recombobulated their Itis 2 into an Aurelion Soul 2. So they had Aurelion Soul 2 at 3-2, but then they were playing Aurelion Soul, and so they ended up getting like 6. And so that's what I'm saying. There's always outcomes that can change the course of events, and it was definitely one of those funny moments, and you have to be open to that. Like, yes, somebody hit a Siphon at 3-1, but that same person might not hit any swords. Everything's gonna change, and so it is what it is. So that's the game. That's why it's fun. So we're not gonna change that. Currently, non-legendary assassin units in set 7 are not exciting at all. Not saying Sin Spat units. Chinese players love set 3 Shaco, set 4 Talon, set 5 Nocturne, set 6 Katarina, and go for reroll. What are assassins' expected purpose and balance state in design for set 7? Ugh, fucking assassins. I hate assassins. Okay, so assassins, what they're supposed to be in a perfectly well-designed world is assassins should be the biggest threat to a backline, but not the highest sustained DPS. Okay? So for example, if, let's say, I'm making up names here, but let's say Talon was able to do higher sustained DPS than Xayah, we would have failed miserably, right? Because why would you ever play Xayah? Talon should have burst, and then not. The problem is, yeah, assassins actually have pretty good high sustained DPS too, which has been a problem with the trait design. And then we also have some really awkward assassin design right now, because I think everyone has talked about their Talons and Pikes attacking the enemy Xayah, gaining enough mana. The enemy Xayah is at like, what, 30% health, 20% health, and the Talon goes, okay, bye, Xayah, I'm leaving, I'm gonna go ult the Itis in the front line, bye. And then the Xayah heals to full, and you're like, why? Why would you do this to me? Why do you hate me? Why? So I don't know. I don't know that. I think assassins are something that we've been doing too much. They've been in every set but one, and even that set they basically were there, called infiltrators. 2, in this set, they're not even doing assassin-y things. It's weird that the best assassin is Diana, who has a shield, or the assassin trait, the emblem people. So the combination of those two things just makes it feel like we didn't quite get assassins right this set. But yeah, I don't have a much better answer other than and the real talk is, by the way, we did have an alternative for assassins this time, but it was our lowest priority because we had a bunch of other stuff to do and we didn't get to them, unfortunately. So we didn't get to ship our alternative. Okay, ooh, this is a fun one I get asked a lot. Could you make it possible to disable the teleportation to other boards while scouting? This feature forces high elo players to switch boards very rapidly, leading to very uncomfortable viewing experience if they are streaming. Okay, I think I answered this on, was it Froden's show? Don't talk if you don't know, but I'll answer it again. There's two things going on here. The first of which is, do challenger players need to do this whole like high rapid swapping thing? No. To be honest, the fact that they fooled themselves into thinking they do is hilarious and kind of sad at the same time. If you assume everyone is scouting you all the time, it's not giving them any extra information they didn't already have. If anything, you can play mind games around it. Like watching Bebe do that rapid tab thing. Are the players like, oh yeah, I was fooled. I thought Bebe wasn't scouting me, but he totally was. No, that's just not how it works. And so I don't know what made them feel like they have to do this, but they do. It is what it is. Now, that being said, even though I'm pretty confident in that, what I will say is that the viewing experience, especially when we're watching from a player's point of view, and you're like, I'm trying to see the game going on, and they're tabbing through 8 boards at, 10 frames a second, like, it's awful. It is an awful viewer experience. And so regardless of how I feel about the situation, it may just be a problem we have to solve anyway. So, and we'll need to find a solve that makes it not feel like it's required, but still leaves the social option in. Aren't they swapping to not get Shrouded or Zephyred? No, that's not why they're doing it. I don't mind the whole like tab targeting for like trying to place your Zephyrs and Shrouds. That's not what's going on though. So there isn't better feeling than getting Future Sight and scouting a person you're not fighting with. Yeah, I love doing that too. But the real talk is, most of the time when you do that, the player doesn't even realize you had Future Sight. So most of the time the player's just like, oh, they're scouting me. Okay. Yes, it makes me physically sick when Scarra spazzes out on all the boards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like, there's no reason to do it. They're just overthinking it. So, but we need, so TLDR here is we need to find a solution because player spazzing out boards is not creating a good viewing experience, and one of our primary goals is to make sure TFT stays a fun viewer experience. Can tacticians steal other people's units while I'm on their board? I mean, that just sounds like a great game mode. Can you take us through the process of deciding what needs to be nerfed, buffed, or redesigned? Sure. I don't know what that is. Okay. So let's say we start a patch. Okay. I'm going to use, actually, let's use 12.13 as an example. 12.13 is the next patch. First thing we do is we should look at the state of the current meta, and we have our preconceived notions. This is, we've played the game, we have our feeling. For example, I'll tell you off the top of my head, just as a player with no data, I'm like, Siphon, Xiaoyu, Xayah, Corki are all probably doing too much damage still. They're accelerating the pace of combat way too much and barely care about their traits. And then on the buff side, I think mages are still looking really low. Lilia's basically still not a real unit. You know, that's off the top of my head. So, and we'd write down a whole list of these. Then, to confirm or deny our preconceived notions, we would look at the data. And we would go through our data and compare that. So, for example, even though I might have just said Xiaoyu is doing way too much damage, there's a possibility in the data Xiaoyu is like the worst performing forecast in the game. And it'd be like, oh crap, why is Xiaoyu so bad in the data? We need to understand what's going on here. And we would do some research into figuring out how Xiaoyu is playing out. Is it just like a bunch of people are playing it wrong? Is it she's only good in certain situations? What's going on? We figure that out. And we get a better understanding of the game through that method. Then, once we have all that, we can figure out what changes we need to make to try to get everything closer together. Now, the question is, when do you buff and when do you nerf? Usually this is where it's good to have a baseline. I will say right now, to me, Deja feels about the baseline. I feel like Deja is outputting the right amount of damage in a given fight. Deja feels like the baseline. So, any champion doing more damage than Deja probably needs to be nerfed. Any champion doing less damage than Deja probably needs to be buffed. And that would be an example of using baselines to try to figure out where we want to be. Now, that could be a different claim. Maybe you actually think it's Xayah is doing the perfect amount of damage. Okay, if that were true, then we would need to buff everything below Xayah. That's another option. But that's kind of the thing. And then from there, once we decide, okay, it's time for a Siphon nerf, then we have to figure out what we want to nerf about her. What's the pattern, right? So we look at Siphon and it's like, oh, that charge is doing too much damage. We actually like where the bite is. Maybe we nerf the charge. Or, wow, she's casting too often, which is allowing Siphon to go infinite. Okay, mana needs to be nerfed. And that's probably the hardest part. It's not like whether or not a champ needs to be buffed or nerfed. That's easy. Players go, nerf, please. The hardest part is figuring out what to change. Because some nerfs will do very little. If I took 10 AD off of Siphon, would that change much? Probably not. Probably not, because most of the AD's coming in through whispers anyway. And so all you did was slow it down by 2 autos worth, really? No big deal. Whereas if I change the mana back to 200, is that a nerf? Yeah, it's a massive nerf to Siphon. Massive nerf to Siphon. So, but again, that's the part that takes the designer to figure out there. All right. Can we have an all Rammus set? There is a guy on Twitter that turns Rammus into all other champions. I think he's onto something. So there's 3 camps at Riot right now. Camp 1, Rammus hasn't been in any set yet. Let's keep the meme going and never put Rammus in the game ever. 2, Rammus hasn't been in the game yet, so we got to get him in quickly. And when he comes in, he needs to be something really, really special. So like Rammus the 10 cost or Rammus the whatever. 3, Rammus is just a champion. He'll be in when he gives in. It's just coincidence. Who the hell cares? Those are kind of the 3 camps. Would we ever make a set where it's all Rammus? Probably not. Probably not. But it really depends on what camp you're in and which camp wins. The troll in me likes camp 1, but the kid in me can see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah. Can we get a Nomsie emote or other Nomsie themed cosmetics? My answer to this is I hope so. I'm glad people have bonded to Nomsie. I'm glad to see that. So hopefully we can keep Nomsie alive past the set. I think Nomsie would be great. Short question, but that's the answer. You ever get phone calls from weird numbers and then you're just playing the waiting game of like, did they leave a message? Well, they didn't leave a message. At one point, you mentioned the idea of an augment messing with how much damage you took after losing, or someone dealing more damage after winning was a system you didn't want an augment to mess with. Seeing as how Set 7 has Cruel Pact and Curse Crowned, how have they turned out design-wise, and will the augment team be expanding on augments messing with player damage? Okay, so personal opinion here, not design opinion here. Personal opinion here is I think both of those augments are bad for the game. I think Cruel Pact and Curse Crown immediately changed the pace of the lobby in a really unhealthy way. And Cruel Pact at least is bad, though. Like, Cruel Pact is actively a bad augment right now. I think it's sitting at, like, what, 5.4 average finish? It's, like, really bad. But it still sucks losing your early game over and over and over. The last time I played Curse Crown off stream, or excuse me, Cruel Pact off stream, I had a 13 game win streak into an 8 game loss streak. And it was like, cool. Not much I can do. I can't do anything else. So, you know, is that fun? I guess. Not really. I think we should do better with that augment. Curse Crown is a lot crazier. I think Curse Crown is secretly one of the best one. But man, does it feel bad taking maximum player damage against somebody who's up 2 units from you. It's like, you're level 6, they're level 8. Good luck. So, I don't know. I feel like when we had the cursed Force of Nature, it was a little different because you had to like high roll the shadow spats. But here, with it just being an augment and it being such a powerful augment, I don't know. So I personally don't think we'll be doing much more with player damage adjustments again. I think the healthier versions of this is stuff like Metabolic. Metabolic seems like a pretty healthy one. Because like even now, like let's say we made an augment that said, whenever you take player damage in a game, take 1 less or take 2 less. Is it good? Not really. It's just Metabolic, but worse. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm not thinking something, and maybe if somebody had a good idea, we could do something. But my instinct is not to invest time in this area. Are you planning on bringing back old sets at some point in the future with slight changes? Okay, this is an interesting question. We've been talking about old sets for years at this point. I think at this point, if you didn't believe us that we were ever bringing them back, you'd have every right to, right? It's been 3 years. An old set has never come back once. Interestingly enough, our partner team who works on Fight for the Golden Spatula, which is the mobile version for China, they've been able to bring back 2 sets. They brought back Set 1, which they called Set X, and it was basically a redone version of Set 1. And it did fine for a while and then fell into obscurity and taught us a lot about bringing old sets back. And then they brought back Set 4 for an event, and that did very well. So we still believe in the idea of bringing back old sets for like events. When the team gets to a point where we can do that, I think that'll be great. It'll be a while before we can, but if we can, that'll be cool. That's what happened to Classic Mode in Hearthstone. Yeah, exactly. So I would love to bring them back. I think the more interesting thing, though, and this is 2 big assumptions here, right? One, are augments sticking around? And if so, 2, can you imagine augments on old sets? I think that's a thing that there could be a lot of interesting space in. So that's where my head's at of like, that would be really cool. But again, even then, I still think old sets, like, it's always like, where's the line, right? Like, do you literally want to play with Phantom and Hextech? So. Ooh, here's a good one. Are you happy with the state of Ragewing spat? It feels that almost every unit is either hurt by or losing the mana, hates being monolocked after casting, and most units who synergize with the trait have it natively already. So am I happy with the state of Ragewing spat? Nope. Nope. It's a garbage item. Garbage item. So, like I said, whenever we see a problem, we need to fix it. We need to fix this problem. Can we fix this problem? I have one idea that could help it. Don't know if it will or not, but it could. If that doesn't work, then we would probably just make it an uncraftable, and it is what it is. But I have one possible solve for it. So, and it would probably come out in 12.14 if it's ever going to come out. So I don't want to spoil it, but I agree that Ragewing emblem needs to be buffed, and it's very clear because if you look at how the augments are doing that give it to you, they're all doing very poorly. So, yeah. Have you considered making Jade craftable? No, Jade was a bad example of craftable because we want craftable emblems to do something to the champion and transform them. Our most transformative emblems, I would rather Legend be craftable over Jade. Jade does nothing. So, are you comfortable with how tied to Assassin's Frozen Heart is at the moment? Would you like to see it become more of a general tank item? Am I comfortable with how tied to Assassin's Frozen Heart is? No. No, I actually hate Frozen Heart as an item and how it's awful on anyone but Assassins. So I don't like that. Frozen Heart is probably at the top of the list for item reworks. Which is funny because we've reworked it like 3 times. But yeah, I'm not really happy with it. I think in a set without Assassins, would you ever build Frozen Heart? Not willingly. Not willingly. Because even then, even without, let's say Assassins were out of the set, right? What happens is it gets bound to champions with movement. So it would be like Frozen Heart Siphon would be good. Frozen Heart Shyvana would be good. Would anything else be good? No. I would rather come up with an item that is a bit more general use. So, yeah. Yeah, that's my thought. All right, 3 more questions. Then we can go to chat. Are there metrics on how much the initial carousel impacts win ratio? It feels like getting a good or bad item from it changes the entire early game, and it feels pure RNG. There is. You won't like the answer. And the answer is, does 50.1% change from 49.9%? Because the answer is, in a grand scheme, in the grand cosmos of all the things, it matters very, very little. So, very, very little. I think even at its worst, like Cloak start, like 49.7. So, but I couldn't convince players of that anyway. And even then, they'd be like, well, then you need to buff it. So, like, nothing you can do. Usually it's a bigger sign of more toxic things than the starting item. For example, I think right now, starting Rod is probably the riskiest thing to do in the game. Because starting Rod, about 4 of the items in the Rod tree are things like Death Cap, Jeweled Gauntlet, Archangels. And guess what champions aren't good in the meta right now, as we talked about earlier? AP. Well, so that's more of a sign that AP needs to change, not that, you know, the items are imbalanced or anything like that. So. Okay, this is a good question. Would other balance patch cycle cadences ever be explored other than the current patch B patch every 2 weeks? So there's 2 directions we can... So basically we have current patch cycle, right? Which is as often as we do it. The 2 choices are more often or less often, right? Would we ever patch more often than we are right now? No. No, in fact, we're probably patching too much as is. I know players appreciate it. It's probably not right for development. It's probably not right for some players. The fact that we can't even tell you B patches are live in the client. We're probably already patching too much. Would we ever patch more than we're patching now? I think the answer is hell no. In fact, the only long droughts we usually have are like holidays. Like the only reason we're getting a 2-patch cycle right now, or 2-week patch cycle, is because Riot's on holiday this week. You know, Christmas break, Thanksgiving break. Those have been our longest patch cycles. So, the next question is, would we ever patch less? And the answer here is, I think if you'd started from set 1, there are players out there that would have preferred that, actually. I think someone like Kibler is a good example of, like, hates how much the game changes and hates how frequently you have to relearn things. There is a group of players that would have loved a TFT that didn't change nearly as often. I think now, though, we have survivor biased ourselves into an audience that really likes the constant change. The current TFT audience says, I love when the game changes. And so if we were to change it now, we would risk alienating the audience we have to gain an audience we don't have. And that, I think, is a very risky, terrible thing to do, because it can just kill a game. So TLDR here is, I actually think our patch cycle is probably going to stay right where it is. The other thing is, we are bound to League of Legends distribution schedule in order to distribute a patch across the world. I think, you know, we still have to use the League of Legends stuff that's set up, which means creating a whole other patch distribution system to be on a different cycle, pretty silly. So I don't think we're going to patch more or less often at this point. I think we're right where we're going to be. It's funny, we're on the last question and my song just ended again. I guess we go back to this one again. We're looping. All right, last question. We did it. We made it. I think I heard you once say that monetization of TFT is hard and that you think you are not yet doing a good job at it. Why do you think it's specifically difficult with TFT? What are your thoughts on how better monetization would be look like? Ooh, I mean, this is just the question, right? If I had the magic answer to this question, Riot would promote me and pay me more, and it'd be great. The challenge is, like, we have cool cosmetics. We have a map. We have little legends. We've got stuff. We've got it. And they're doing fine. It's not bad by any means. But I think there are lots of players out there that, like, they got their map. They got their little legend. They're good. They don't need another one for a while. League of Legends has many more champions, right? You play a lot of different champions, and so having more cosmetics makes sense. You only need one little legend, whatever that choice might be. And it's pretty hard to convince you to switch, especially when you have to star level them up. So we need to find other ways to basically make something that players are excited to buy. And doing that is usually pretty costly in terms of architecture. Someone in chat just said it, and this was one I think is still like the best. Imagine costumes for your little legends. My God, we could make tons of costumes, right? That'd be great. Building the architecture needed to be able to add costumes to little legends is like a 2-year project. That's a very big project. So until we find the right thing to build and monetize, we're kind of stuck with what we have. And what we have is fairly limited. So that being said, I think there are some ideas in the pipeline. And we'll see what the future holds. But the future looks bright, and hopefully it'll be exciting stuff. Cool. All right, I made it through all 75 questions on the spreadsheet. So with the last half hour chat, I'll try to answer a few chat questions. And then we'll call it at 4 hours like we always do. Okay, it's going to be hard for me to read all these questions. Mods, I'm going to let you pick the questions unbiasedly. If you see a good question, how are you so handsome? I still don't know that I'm handsome. I think I'm okay. I'm like a 6 out of 10. I exude confidence, though, which women like. Confidence is good. This is slow mode? Yeah. All right, when I see a mod ask a question. Yeah, there's a lot of questions. Sorry. Oh, God. Any chance shadow items come back? Nope. Not in a million years. You know what I should do is I should turn on the points, the force redeem points. That way people can just ask with the force redeem. That'll clear it up. You can't see my screen. Haha. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, I'm going to copy paste some of these. I'll get through what I get through. Ability animations are noticeably slower this set. I think this is great from a clarity perspective, but was curious if you had any concerns of the impact of this. For example, casts feeling like they're being interrupted more. Yeah, I think it is great from a clarity perspective. I think we learned this lesson all the way back in set 2, is that cast times are imperative to balance. Do you remember Renekton? When Renekton was at his strongest point, because Renekton had no cast time, Renekton could go infinite, right? Because as soon as he was done casting, he could gain mana again, and Renekton would go infinite, and that was really rough. But the challenge right now is that we're hitting a lot of what players are calling spell fizzles, and I don't know that spell fizzles, like, they're not actually spell fizzles, but they feel bad, right? This is, I started casting a spell towards a target, the target died, and then something didn't happen that I expected. There are some that are like clearly bad, right? Karma shoots her bolt, the target's dead, and then there's no explosion. That's just dumb, right? We should fix that. But then there's others that are like, well, what else would you expect? Like, Rise has started to shoot the fireball towards the target dies, the fireball's not going to change its course midair. I think the worst example of this actually is even reworked Aurelion Soul, because it takes so damn long for that circle to go. What happens when it, procs? So, I don't know. I think it's something we actually just have to improve design-wise, is thinking about the what happens when they miss case. In some cases, it's good for fight variants, but other cases, it feels so bad. Varus does that. Yep. So it's a challenge I actually would express to my sets team as well, to really think about what happens in the missed case. So I think it's one of those longer term problems we need to solve. A lot of the problem you seem to go on about seem to be a lack of investment by the part of Riot. Don't you think they should invest more in the side games? Well, A, we're not a side game. We're a full game now, and they've invested in that. That being said, I think if you look at every game, like literally every game out there on the planet, every game, okay? Is there any game out there that's doing everything they need to? Everything they need to? I can think of one, maybe, and even that's maybe. And the best example I would say is Fortnite. Fortnite really seems to have a lot going on. Now, from what I understand, they also killed their devs and killed every other project and threw everything they had at Fortnite, which made sense for them. Not sure that makes sense for TFT. I see a lot of other games really struggling with this. Halo Infinite feels pretty rough. Even Hearthstone, right? Did Hearthstone ever make tournament? No. So, I don't know. I think there's only so much investment that makes sense, and it's about us to prioritize where those resources go. Do I think there should be more? Of course. The other challenge here is, of course, hiring. Hiring is hard. Hiring in a post-COVID world when you have to come on campus is hard. So finding the right people has been a challenge. So it's very easy to, from a distance, go, they should invest more. But remember, that's a very armchair sort of dev thing, and it doesn't show a deep understanding of how things work. It's really just not that simple. So, I mean, hell, at this point, if Meteos is still here, my guess is people think they need to invest in League more. And the truth is, they probably do. But again, there is not infinite investment. Money does not solve all problems. Hey, Mort, in your opinion, who's the best TFT pro for NA worldwide, and who's your favorite streamer to watch? I'm not going to answer this one. I'm not going to say who the best streamer or best TFT pro is, because it depends. It depends on a lot of things. I think Ramblin' has one of the best approaches to the game. I think Spicy Appies does as well. I think GV8 does as well. I think a lot of them do. I think there are other pros that have an approach I don't agree with, but perform very well. Milk is very skilled, despite his approach being different than what I would want and expect. And then worldwide, I just don't even have good eyes, right? Like, there are a bunch of streamers from other regions that I just don't have nearly the eyes on. He doesn't want to say Milk. I just said Milk. You know, I just don't have the knowledge to give you the right answer for who the best is. As far as my favorites, though, admittedly, I like watching Soju. He's very entertaining. I like watching Raditz, Ramblin', Spicy Appies lately, GV8, Hafu as a good view. Boxbox, a little less lately. Yeah, I don't know, but everyone's good. There's a lot of good streamers, and so but even just by saying this, here's what's going to happen. I said a few names. Everyone's going to say all the names I didn't say. And everyone's right, because they're also good streamers. I just can't list 80 names, so. I think that dragons shouldn't be available at level 6. They're way too strong. We already answered that one. Bees, that's not a question. Okay, here's a good one. I like this one. Oh, you like TFT? Name every streamer. The one I like that's a little harder, but that's a good one, is, oh, you like TFT? Name every dev. Because even I can't do that one. Hey, Mortdog, I think TFT needs an assigning attack priority system for champions, either behind the scene or user-defined in the game, like in tower defense games, so that an AI chooses who to attack more reliably. This change would make the game way more reliable and better, in my opinion. So I actually agree with this to an extent, okay? Fight-to-fight variance is good for our game, so that you cannot always predict the outcome, right? If I look at two boards, I don't want to necessarily 100% know the outcome every time. And I know that's one of those things competitive players won't like to hear, but I think it is better for the game if there is some variance, okay? Now, that being said, I think we have plenty of examples of bad variance in the game. And this is where I agree with you. A very, very simple one is an assassin jumps forward and lands in the middle of 6 units, okay? Who does that assassin attack? Right now, the answer is literally pure random, 1 in 6. It feels very weird when your assassin jumps to the back line, then turns around and attacks a tank. That's dumb. I just don't understand why we should even let that be an option, right? The assassin should probably attack the thing straight ahead of him. And so that's an example where I think, like, we could literally improve the assigning priority. I just agree with you, right? Like, at the very least, in that circle of 6, if they jumped forward, it should probably either be the one directly ahead to the left or the one directly ahead to the right. Now, if it's random between those two, do I care? Not so much. Not so much. I think Siphon's another bad example, right? Where, again, if there's 2 units equidistant, one in the back line, one in the front line, having that be a 50-50 is, like, very rough and feels very bad. Have attack priority be based on turning angle? Yeah, that would be one solution. So, again, I agree with the problem statement, though, that some of these just need a better solution. So I just agree with you there. I don't think it should be assigned, though. We do want to keep it as an auto battler. And can you imagine the tedium of saying, okay, here's who I want you to attack? Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. But agree it's a problem worth solving. What is the best set in the dev's eyes? I mean, I think universally we all think 4, 6, and 7 are the 3 best sets. So, will we ever get custom double up lobbies at any time? Yes, it'll be a while, but the team is working on it. It is on the backlog. All right, this is a fair one. Why is Sunfire not a direct damage item? So, the real answer is because we didn't want true damage being scaled, and so it was a bit of a band-aid. I also think the line of direct damage item is a little blurry here. If Sunfire is a direct damage item, why isn't Morello? you know. So this is one I think that is really subjective, and there's the answer could be either, to be honest. I could see Sunfire being a direct damage item. I could see it not. What I will say is if we decide to keep that item or that augment, it's probably true that it should be, because I think oftentimes in design what you want to do is err in favor of the player thinking it works the way it does. Breath of the Wild, probably the best example of a game that teaches you that lesson. And so you are often disappointed to find out something doesn't work. You're not often disappointed to find out something does work. So I would probably err on the side of being over aggressive, and if we keep that augment, we should probably let more items be direct damage items. Now, if we have to nerf it 5% to account for that, great. But I actually think we should err more. So, yeah. Favorite goofy interaction from the game's history, i.e. set 1 double Luden Zikali. I mean, there's a lot of examples, but the one I'll always go back to just because it was so stupid and so silly was items scaling with AP. I think whoever thought items should scale with AP, but my god, if you never got to face a 6 sorcerer Locket Yasuo comp back in the day, because not only did items scale with AP, but traits scaled with AP. So Yasuo's Exile Shield scaled with AP. So you would run 6 sorcerer, your team would have a ton of AP, you'd run 3 Lockets, which by the way, Locket worked in a clump and had infinite timer on the shield. And so it was like 3 Locket, 6 sorcerer, and your team just had 2,500 health. I think it's actually still like the first screenshot in my folder. Now I want to check. If I go into my personal Riot account, screenshot folder, Riot Games, League of Legends, screenshot, my very first screenshot. I know you can't see this on screen. Oh no, it's not my very first one. My very first one is a 3-star Darius. But I know somewhere in here very quickly. There we go. Screenshot 12. My screenshot 12 is a Lulu with 3 Lockets, 6 Sorcerer, 2 Phantom. And just what a dumb mechanic. So, there you go. Alright. Show it? I can post it later. Sometimes I feel like I get punished. Let me read this one. Sometimes I feel like I get punished for trying to build as many different traits into my build versus going high verticals. How do you approach balancing creative horizontal builds versus vertical? Again, the answer is depends. The answer, like, it can't be one or the other, right? If the answer is always build as many different traits, then people go, why would I ever build verticals? If the answer is always build vertical, people are like, game is boring, just buy all the green units, win game. And so the answer has to be it depends, and it depends on context, right? Like an example here would be, should you run 9 Jade, or should you run 6 Jade and 3 Mystic and get barred, right? Like that should be an interesting decision, and the answer should have context and should be something that changes. So where did I post it? Here, if you really want to see that image, by the way, let me log into Discord. It's not like you can see my screen. But yeah, we want that to be an interesting decision, not an always right or always wrong. And so skilled players will, have to think and decide between those. Discord, did you want to stop there? Jesus. All right, for those who wanted to see that screenshot, it's in my Discord in TFT discussion. Screenshot 12 is posted. Okay. So there you go. There's my answer to that. I think a random little legend button will give incentive to buy more. So I agree. Can you believe League of Legends still doesn't have a random skin button? I have been begging for that since my days on Pi. We still don't have it to this date. Couldn't tell you why. Honestly, random should be there. I don't know why it's not. Okay, here's a good one. I'm someone who likes to one-trick comps, specifically Reroll, Candyland, Riven, Sork. Is there a place for that in the game? So, you are not alone. there are a lot of players like you that also want to do exactly what you're describing. They want to log in, play a game, force a comp, understand that comp, and play it, and that's how they have fun. And that's okay. So is there a place for that in the game? Yes, absolutely. But here's the part where you have to get the asterisk, okay? Is there a world where you are going to be the most successful player? No. No, sorry. You need to accept that the way you are playing is not the optimal way to play the game. And so there are going to be games where you don't hit and get 6th and 7th and 8th. There are going to be games where you hit and get 1st and 2nd. If you're okay with that, rock on. Keep playing the way you enjoy, have fun, climb the way you want. But there's probably no world where that is ever designed to be the optimal way to play the game. So, yeah. Is there anything specific that us, part of the silent majority that love the game and appreciate all you do for it and the community, can do to cheer you up, help your mental? I appreciate that, Dr. Lunito. That 24 spatula by your icon, that's plenty. You've already done plenty. I appreciate everything you've done. It's just human nature, and it's a human flaw of mine. I know many people share it, right? And even we learned this at Riot in one of the classes they were teaching, but did you know it's a pretty common thing that it takes 10 compliments to undo 1 insult from somebody? If I say, hey, you're ugly, I now have to compliment you 10 times to get to neutral. And it's just a fact of life. And then part of my job is I kind of seek out the negative so I can understand it. So the burden of responsibility is not on you, though I appreciate it. Just keep playing the game and loving the game, and that's all we need you to do. So, all right, still some more time here. Whoops. Copy, Control A, Control V, Control S. What are your thoughts on dragons, and how did your team get to that as the set 7 mechanic? Well, okay, you're gonna laugh, but this is a bit overly simplistic. Step 1 was we picked the theme, Dragonlands. Step 2, we built the set, started playtesting the set. Step 3, we went, hey, our Dragonlands aren't feeling very dragony. We should get more dragons. Step 4, add dragons. Like, that's a little overly simplistic, but the first mechanic was not dragons. The first mechanic was actually dragon eggs, and that didn't work out. And then we got to a point where it was like, yeah, there's like Dragon Slayer and stuff like that, but it just didn't really feel like Dragonlands. And so Witty, Julie, and I got together and we're like, well, what can we do with the time we have left that's going to make it feel like dragons? And the answer was add dragons. And yeah, if you're in chat, Dejin and Tonic is another designer on the team. It says that is surprisingly accurate for how much you simplified it, though. Yeah, like we had a set, we had a theme, it didn't feel dragon enough, we added dragons, and now, and you can kind of see because in the first patches when they were weak, it didn't really feel like a dragon set. And then as soon as dragons are strong, now it feels like a dragon set. So, yeah. It feels weird when Mystic exists in this set, but Ironclad Vanguard does not. Wouldn't the AD player always have the upper hand in the AP player in this 1v1 situation? I agree with you, actually. I agree with you 100% on this question. I actually think this was a big blunder on our end. You know, it's funny because I was mentioning how casters are struggling right now. Even when casters start to take off a little bit, and casters are like kind of playable, Mystic exists. And so like I feel like, let's say next patch, for example, and I'm exaggerating, but let's say next patch I doubled the power of all the casters. You know what the best comp in the game will probably be at that point? Jade. It'll probably be Jade, because Jade can play 4 Mystic. So that's one of the things in the set design that I ended up not being super thrilled about. Looking back, and so it's one of those things I would have loved to change with more time. But I agree with you. I also think it doesn't help that right now Bramble Vest is a very weak item. There just doesn't feel like there's a lot of counters to a strong AD champion. Like, Xayah is strong and ruining the meta. Okay, I'm going to literally build an anti-Xayah comp. What do I do? Assassins? Basically? So, yeah. I actually kind of agree with you on this one. So, This might be the first time that Mystic has truly hosed AP since most AP casters deal damage in small increments. Yep. Yep, agreed. Okay. Double up ranking system has been updated to the one equally to normal ranked. Meanwhile, Hyperroll kept the usual ranking system. This means something for the future of Hyperroll. Should we expect new changes from TFT Labs? So we announced this in a different article. But Hyperroll is not long for this world. Now, when I say not long, it could be 2 sets, 3 sets, 4 sets. But Hyperroll was meant to accomplish a specific goal, which was shorter game sessions, especially for mobile players, and less stressful. Okay? Those were our 2 goals. It didn't meet those goals. It's not less stressful. It's actually very stressful. And PC players play it more than mobile. So we will probably get rid of it at some point. Now, the thing I won't do is I won't let us get rid of it until we have a replacement. I'm not going to just be like, all right, Hyperroll's gone. See you in 3 years when we finally figure out our shit. No. Hyperroll will stay around as long as it can until we have a replacement. Now, it might be a while before we make that replacement. Like I said, it could be 2 sets, could be 6 sets, who knows. It's not at the top of our priority list. But when we have a better solution to it, then we will replace it. So, item UI rework update just on the back burner? Yeah, that's on the back burner. All right, let's do 6 more questions. This is the first. How do you feel about having traits such as Invoker, Mastermind, Scholar, Evoker that generate mana for the team? Are these traits good to build around or usually just last-minute add-ons? So this is the dirty secret Kent and I have been talking about for a while. Kent and I are starting to wonder if mana generation in TFT as a stat is just doomed. Because when mana generation is a stat in TFT, this is blue buff, Shojin, Scholar, Evoker, etc. All of a sudden, all the casters have to be balanced around them having that stat, and then they become absolutely necessary, which reduces choice, especially since we only have a few options. This is the, can Aoshen work without Shojin? I mean, like, yeah, kinda, but like also not really. And there's no other option. There's no other choice. So, and a lot of players don't really understand and or appreciate that attack speed is actually as good as mana generation. I'd have to math it out again, but the last time I did, like, Ginsu's is almost as much mana generation as Shojin on an Aoshen, because the attack speed gives you so much. And a lot of players don't realize that. So there's a world, could be a few sets away, but there's a world where all mana generation items just go away. So TLDR, though, at least for now, I think they're mostly last-minute add-ons, unless they're building around, like, unless you get really lucky. So, why are nearly all the dragons just reskins of each other in Galio? It seems especially lazy and aesthetically unpleasing. Okay, tip number 1, by the way, never go to a dev and say, hey, it's lazy. You know what no one on the TFT team is? No one on the TFT team is lazy. As I sit here and do a 4-hour Q&A on my Tuesday on my week off, and I'm just one example. There are, like, don't call any dev lazy. There are no lazy devs, okay? And it's actually ridiculous when you use that terminology, and it's the most tilting thing in the planet. Now, not aesthetically pleasing, great. That's your opinion, that's fine. The real answer is, remember how that story I just told you, how we were like, hey, we picked Dragonlands, we didn't have enough dragons, so we added dragons? The real talk is, at that moment we said we're adding dragons, to the launch of the set was, I think, 2 months? And could we make new dragons in 2 months? No. It was just factually impossible. No amount of insane overworking, crunching insanity could have made those dragons in time. So we did the best thing we could to make up for it, which was we used the existing dragons we have to try to make work with what we could. And so that was the 3 Shyvanas, 2 Aurelian Souls, 2 Gallios. It was okay. And to be honest, I think for a kind of mediocre solution that we had, I think the only one that didn't work was Deja. Deja is the only one that feels weird and out of place. I think the rest feel good. Now, someone asked, did you consider SR Dragons? We did. SR Dragons was a possibility, but we were going for a slightly more Eastern dragon theme than Western with this particular set. And the SR Dragons are very, very Western and angry, not lighthearted. And so our lead set designer really wanted to stay away from them for now. And so they didn't really fit. Now, could we have avoided that? Maybe. But that was why. Is there any chance Moonlight, Diana, Aphelios, or just Moonlight comes back? Moonlight, maybe. Moonlight, Diana, Aphelios specifically? Probably not. Where would you like to see TFT when you retire someday? Any long-term strategic plans for the game? So, you know, it's funny. There's two parts to this question. The first is, any long-term strategic plans for the game? A lot of people at Riot are always like, what are the long-term strategic visions for our games? We need a 5-year plan. We need a 10-year plan. I'm kind of opposite of that. I actually think making long-term plans is stupid. And so it's why I'd never be a good executive producer or anything like that. I think long-term plans are really dumb. Because what we know now versus what we'll know in 2 years is so incredibly different. And the idea that we're going to somehow make plans for 5 years that are going to match any reality of expectation is such a waste of effort. I would rather fix the now in the short term than worry about the long term that's going to change. Even in fact, I think if you look at what our plans were 2 years ago to where we are now, it's just completely different. And so I just don't look at problems in that light. It's just not how I approach things. Now, we have people who do see value in that. And so thankfully, I'm not the person in charge. And so there are people working on the long-term strategic plans for TFT. But I can't do it. Now, the second part of this question is, where would you like to see TFT when you retire someday? Well, step one, I really don't want to retire from making video games for at least another 20 years. I think 60, if I'm 60 years old still going, making video games, sweet. And so if TFT is still around in 20 years, holy crap, like that's just mission accomplished and I can die happy. All right. Balanced mean that player don't have to make decision based on power difference. Decisions should be based on fantasy, style, mood, not just power. What do you think of this definition of balanced? It seems a little nonchalant in the sense that decisions should be based on fantasies. So does that mean because you fantasize that AD Gnar is good, it should be equally as good in all cases as Xayah? I don't know about that. I don't know that that's... I mean, it sounds optimistic. It's just not practical. Especially because, again, you're using it in a subjective term, fantasies, right? It's like, my fantasy was to create a big Gnar and have that be successful. Now, that being said, you're not, like, way off or anything like that, because that is part of what we're trying to achieve, right? Like, I would love for somebody to win with Gnar carry in a game, so that's kind of true. But I do think we need to make sure... But that's also not the definition of balance as it is, like, core fantasy appeal, right? A set should definitely have core fantasy appeal, right? I have a champion that kills you all one by one, a champion that blows up the whole enemy team, a champion that slowly bleeds you all out. Like, we definitely want lots of fantasies. But making them all equally viable, that's just not practical. Triple Death Cap Xayah didn't win this game? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I just don't quite agree with that. Alright, 2 more questions. Okay, this is, there's a lot to touch on with this one. Alright. Any plans to remove prismatic lobbies? At least 90% of players hate them. They are awful, unfun, and unbalanced. Really, no one likes them. They create too much unbalance in a lobby. Okay, let's separate the prismatic part first. Okay? The first thing you're doing here is you're basically making up stats that are factually untrue, and it's a very terrible way to live life, honestly. You're like, me and my friends feel this way, therefore at least 90% of players hate them. Guarantee you it's not true. In fact, last time we did polls on this, prismatics were the most popular. Sorry. Now, usually the type of person who asks this kind of question, their next response is, yeah, but those are just casuals. They don't matter. All the real players feel the way I do. Cool. At this point, you're one of the people that, like, you've made up your mind. There's not really much we can do to convince you otherwise. And so the conversation kind of stops. Like, we're not having a discussion anymore. You've made your point of vision point clear. You don't like them. That's fine. Lots of players do. It's fine. As far as they create much imbalance in the lobby, if there are unbalanced prismatics, fine, we can balance them. But I do not believe that prismatics inherently imbalance the lobby. That's just factually untrue. And again, it goes back to our thing where, remember we talked about the fuzzy loaded dice? If somebody rolls a big fuzzy loaded dice and gets a different prismatic than you, it sure feels like they got an advantage, but reality they didn't. So I don't know that there are any prismatics that are that wildly OP. Now, then your question is, any plans to remove them? So yeah, the TLDR is when the majority of our players actually really like prismatics, it would be pretty stupid of us to remove them. So, no? Sorry? No? Simple question. I feel like the set has had the most potential comp diversity we've ever had in TFT. Agree or disagree? So, there's a key part of this question here before chat reacts. They said potential comp diversity, not comp diversity. Because current comp diversity is just a statement of balance, right? If the set is imbalanced, comp diversity is low. If the set is balanced, comp diversity is high. Potential comp diversity. Is it the most potential comp diversity? My guess here is actually no. And this is where, you know, as negative as he's been lately, this is where I think people like Goobums and Ramblin' would be correct. I think the dragon mechanic does limit potential comp diversity. Potential. Because it is very difficult. In set 6, you could play a Jhin and Draven comp. Even though it was uncommon, you could. You could play Jhin and Draven at the same time. You cannot play a Silas or Siphon and Deja comp together. You just can't. And so I think that alone makes it not have the highest potential comp diversity. I think the number of 3 Chait champions helps, but I don't think that's the answer. Apparently ads are running, by the way, so maybe this is an okay stopping point with everybody screaming ads. Let's see. Yeah, I think, okay, one more question. I see one more. Hey, Tesla, by the way, I have to shout this one out. Tesla, congrats on Golden Squink. Congrats. Thanks for the year of support. All right, last question for reals, because it was somebody I like who asked it. Is there a world where set mechanics disappear in favor of more emphasis on the rotating units, traits, augments, and quality of life? Some more recent mechanics have felt more like quality of life than temporary mechanics, and it's been a pain point when they're gone. And augments just feel like what TFT has been looking for. So, the sad truth of it is, I think for long-term game health, I think there is a world where set mechanics go away. But everything we understand about players in our game and what they appreciate in TFT is attributed to the mechanic. All of our best sets have been like a cool mechanic that players really appreciated. All of our worst sets have been a mechanic players didn't like, didn't have any novelty, and the units just don't do enough by themselves. All of our best mid sets have had an interesting mechanic added. So it's been pretty tough to say confidently that we can just not have mechanics anymore. And it would take a lot to convince us that that isn't true. I do think augments carry a lot of the burden. And one of the scariest thing for us from a development standpoint is if we come out of set 7 going, okay, augments are permanent and you have to make a set mechanic every time. Well, then all we did was make our lives harder and the game more complex. So that would be a big miss as far as outcomes go. But honestly, it's one of those things we're still researching and figuring out. And so who knows, 2 years from now, we might have a different answer. So, okay. I think that is it. We just hit the 4-hour mark. That's it for questions. hopefully you all enjoyed this. Hopefully this was entertaining. I don't think we had anything too spicy this time. It seemed like it was pretty chill. I think the spiciest one was like, why is Siphon bad and why are devs lazy? But other than that, it was pretty good. I am going to end the stream for now and do this for today. Tomorrow, I will be back. Can you say hello to China players and talk about what made up your mind to come to play on China server? China has clearly been the best region across the last few sets, and they're also one of our biggest and supportive audiences, and so getting a chance to play with them is going to be really fun. Speaking of which, tomorrow I will be back pretty early, like a normal weekend stream time, and we are going to be streaming on the China server. I got a China account, got it all set up, and we are going to do a ranked climb on China. So that should be pretty fun. Not something you see much on Twitch, so it should be a cool opportunity. We're going to do that Wednesday and maybe Friday. So it should be fun. So if you want to check that out, should be fun. Yeah, tomorrow. So, yeah. All right. That's going to do it for me. I'm going to go get lunch. Hopefully you had fun. So until tomorrow, take it easy.